I suppose I should say that part on camera. I apologize to everyone for how long this is taking in real time, because I know a lot of people are just like, oh, get on with it already. So, I apologize. So, Harandar, right? What is that? Oh yeah, the servers also went down yesterday. That helped. Servers are going down tomorrow, too. That's at least a maintenance.
Be you well?
You want... Okay, hold on. What can Boletus do? You want fight? Or bet on fight? I'm sorry, what is this place? It's Grudge Pit. Grudge Pit, where Vengarians, Pit is everything. Okay, what happens here? Grudge Pit is place for fighting, and for watching fighting, and for cheering when fighting done, and for eating ones who lose fighting, and taking bets on ones who will lose. Do you fight to the death? Not death. Decay. A Fungarian's different from you. We are stop when hurt too much. After stop might be helped. Say strong teammates are helped. Or might stay in ground to decay. Teams that lose, outsiders, creatures, all decay in pit. We eat what decays. Good for all. Grudge Pit, great place. Yeah, that's terrifying. I'm gonna go down to, Where's Harandar? Here we go. Here's Harandar. Found it. You strong? You look strong. You should test yourself in arena.
Grow with honor.
Okay.
Our mind is clear.
Show the Fungarians what Blood Elf can do. Okay. Hello? I'm here to kill people, I guess? Sup? I didn't eat lunch. But thank you for asking, Sean. I didn't have time. I had to choose between laying down or eating. I decided to lay down. Probably the right call. I was really tired from last night. Okay, I'm just murdering these poor guys. Are we sure this is okay? Do you really want me to murder all of you? Yes, keep murdering, please. It leads to decay. Uh-huh. Okay, well, give me a second. Let me pull a few dozen more here. I mean, if I'm being honest, if I could somehow have the superpower to not need to eat or sleep, I would do so without hesitation. Like, that's just... Oh, that would be so amazing. Oh, my God. Like, how much? You know, what are my bid? What's it going to cost me? Yeah, I want an Enertron and a Replicator. I would also accept a holodeck.
We offer greetings.
You so strong. How, you very different. Teach Fungarians to be different like you?
Be you well?
You very strong. You teach Fungarians to fight. Much we could learn from you. Many Fungarians watch battle. Ask if they want be strong in pit.
Is that all?
Okay. We have, Ross. And I always pick the Enertron because more than anything else it buys me time.
Be you well?
Want to join? Yes, we'll join. I've always wanted team for friends. We'll find you later.
Grow often.
Okay. Hey, do you want to join?
You are seen.
Saw you in pit already. Did good last time, but Grudge Pit, dangerous place. Try not to be killed. This is why Mata stay, where Mata safe.
Spores guide you.
Okay.
What new things?
You want to join? Great opportunity. Be strong. Make team. We'll watch after match.
We wish you well. We greet you.
Yes, Brocco already strong, but need team and need teacher.
Find new things.
Mushroom Demon Hunters. Do we have to?
We offer greetings. We see you.
You found ones to teach? First step is to fight. See what can do.
May the spores be with you.
Have team ready to fight. Take team to empty area. Practice. See what can do.
Grow with honor. Our mind is
Okay, let's go practice. Let's see what this is all about. Alright, Zinni, what you got?
be you well. Grow often.
Here, I'm gonna fight you at the same time, is
You
that
are
okay?
seen. Spores guide you.
Okay, all you have to do is be me. Tuk Tuk not as good as Tuk Tuk thought. We'll learn to hurt fast like Lore Runner. Okay.
What new things?
Bracco show Lore Runner what Bracco do. Bracco impressed. Bracco dead. Eyes open, Lore Runner. We can be strong like two. We'll be strong like you. When hurt, Fungarians grow stronger. You hurt lot, we grow strong lot. Uh-huh. I didn't realize they were Mushroom Saiyans. Wouldn't that just be an orc at that point?
Find new things.
Thank you. We ready for pit. We trained to be strong. You hurt us, now we more strong. You turbulate us, we ready now.
We wish you well.
Oh, alright. Into the pit. Oh, hang on. We team now. We fight in pit. We say name together. The Ring Pack Caps. The Spore Sworn. The Puff Guard. Wait, what? You both say wrong name. I say right name. You say other names. I say we need help. Lore Runner. We all want different names. Okay.
Be you well. We see.
Already trained for ring? Very fast. Much impressed. What is team name? Need name to shout when running to pit. And crowd need name to shout when you beat other teams. Or if...
May the spores be with you.
We need pit name. Alright, guys. What's our pit name?
New things.
So. Boletus right. Must have great name. Best teams have good name. Fungus Force, Spore Storm, Cap Clash, Glow Guard. All good names. We need amazing name. Best name.
Grow often.
Well,
You are seen.
what do you have for ideas for names? Name be very important. Tell watchers about us. Could be Bloomguard? Spore Light? No. Spore Sworn. Okay, what's your idea?
Spores guide you.
Many. We need best name. Need to think about many names. Fungus Force, but taken by Fungus Force. Puffers? Cap Smatchers? Puffsguard. Puffsguard is best name.
Things. Be you well.
Good question. We need name. No name cannot fight. Cannot yell name together as we run into pit. Root knots could be name, or stipe guard. No, ring caps. Ring caps.
We wish you well.
Alright, so we can be the ring caps, the spore sworn, the puff guard, or the fungal fellowship. What do you think? No food. No time for voodoo. Only for voodoo. I'm seeing several votes for the Fungal Fellowship. Okay, Fungal Fellowship.
Find new things.
Fungal Fellowship. Okay, we ready. We run into pit, shout Fungal Fellowship.
We wish you well.
Like how they all have the new guild tag of Fungal Fellowship.
We offer greetings.
Fungus Fellows? Weird name. Who choose? Don't worry about it. Okay, ready? You and Fungus Fellows head on down. Say words. You fight Spore Storm. If beat, fight Cat Clash. If beat, fight Fungus Force. Always winners are Glowguard. You don't beat. No run out. Run out is big, big lose.
Is that all?
Okay, let's go. Mata, what are you doing?
We greet you.
Team has name now, but Mata isn't sure. What is Fungly Fellows hip? Hard to yell that name when in pit. Could have been Lore Runner's team. Easier to yell. Still, Mata will yell.
Grow often.
Thanks, Mata. Appreciate you. Hi, Zara. The Fungal Fellows. The Fungal Falls. The Fungal Fellow. Oh, Zinni got it right. You will all get it right next time. It's a hard name. Yeah, it's very hard. It's a very difficult name, apparently. I'm ready. I'm ready. There we go. The Fungal Force. They make better poison. Tuk Tuk can't do Grudge Pit. Too much pressure. And Tuk Tuk runs out. It's okay, now we fight other team. Spore Storm! Oh my god, look at the little mounts. Look at the little mounts. Or pets? I'm not actually sure. Bracco runs before Spore Splitter eats Cap. Bracco, sorry! And Bracco bails on us. Why is everyone running away? We're winning! Cap Clash. Zinni cannot carry group alone. Zinni must run. You too. Lore Runner, your team has run out on you. The Fungus Fellows lose for leaving. Look, guys, just because I'm the carry doesn't mean you can't say... Okay, whatever. Wait, where's Rotmeyer? Where's Rotmeyer? Oh my god. I mean, there's the Spore Lord up here.
What new things?
You can tell this has a really tall cap. And a few rocks that could be considered a chair. You're lying to me, Esmeralda Star. Why would you lie to me? I knew it.
Be you well?
Was sure Bracco was strong enough. Was trained hard with strong Lore Runner, but Bracco's scared of Spore Gliders. Will eat Cap. Bracco's so sad to fail Lore Runner. Zinni and Tuk Tuk too, all run out. We run out, and Fungal Fellows will lose. But how can not run out when Spore Gliders attack?
Spores guide you.
Run out, rookie mistake. If team runs out, team cannot be winner. Important rule.
Be you well?
Miletus did not think would win. No bad feelings. But can't run from pit, and team was run. So Lore Runner was lose.
We offer greetings.
You taught them. Why they run out? All Fungarians excited to see if Blood Elf can teach Fungarians for be strong. You try one more time, okay? First, do what need to get them ready.
Go with honor. Our mind is clear.
Okay, sure.
You are seen.
First Tuk Tuk runs, then Bracco runs. Cannot be the only one still fighting. Zinni will fail by Zinni's self. Fight is too hard alone. Will not be strong enough. Do not want to fail. Cannot let Fungal Fellowship down. Had choice. Fail, run. But run was also fail. Zinni very sorry. Can practice. Fight big and scary enemies together.
Grow often. We greet you.
Tuk Tuk's poison not good enough. Tuk Tuk had to run before we lose. Sorry if you lose. Tuk-Tuk did not lose. Tuk-Tuk quit, safe from lose. Birchpit is very, he's so intense. Tuk-Tuk cannot handle. Tuk-Tuk, stay here, we're safe. Tuk-Tuk, find place to relax, away from Birchpit. Tuk-Tuk cannot lose if stay far away.
Find new things.
Tuk-Tuk can't handle all this. Tuk-Tuk is quit. Hope you find new dart lore for Fungus Falls. Tuk-Tuk, thank Lore Runner for let Tuk-Tuk try. Aww.
Be you well?
Bracco sorry that Bracco let Lore Runner and Fungal Fellows down. Bracco was much scared of Spore Gliders, could sneak up on Bracco above Cap, or cannot see, could really hurt Cap. Very sorry. Bracco doesn't think Bracco be tank for team. Unless Lore Runner practice Spore Gliders?
Spores guide you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is probably some of the most fleshing out the Hungarians I've ever gotten, so I'll take it. I still don't see Rodmeyer. I'm not saying you're lying, Esmerastar, but you are a go.
What new things?
Why did team run out? Is fastest lose was bad plan. Maybe it was not planned. Mata was on team once. Nose pit is scary. Was run out. Team very mad. That's why Mata stays where Mata's safe and not try pit again. Are you try pit again?
We wish you well.
Let's see. I mean, these losers did wipe. And one wipe is good enough reason to quit forever. According to Mythic Pluses. I am slightly exaggerating. Yeah, I know, you caught it, Mr. Red. These are newbies. They're playing WoW for the first time. Went okay. Zinni okay? Maybe Zinni can do this. You caught, right, that we have a healer, a DPS, and a tank, too. And each of them is freaking out about their respective roles. Oh, they have the Spore Seer down here. You see, he's a Spore Seer, because... Never mind. Anyways. Eva, what am I going to do with you? It's not so bad. Zinni can heal, even for big fights. Yeah, Mr. Red, you too can... I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry, that sounds accusatory. I apologize. Cap okay? Bracco likes Kappa Bracco. I like how their attack, by the way, is called Ink? With a question mark. Yep, we formed a guild, help some noobs so they can do group content by themselves. That is literally... No, I'm using the terminology correctly. Literally what's happening here. I mean, there's the raid. I'm ready, Ross. Yes, Spider-Man is inexplicably popular. Next question. Void Smasher. I mean, I have done the raid, so that's possible as Grimstar. Although I haven't done it on this character? Maybe because I have the quest?
You are seen.
Lore Runner did not die. Zinni healed Lore Runner. Would have been Zinni's fault if Lore Runner died, but Lore Runner lived because Zinni healed, even though enemies were scary. So scary. Hooray! Lore Runner welcome for help. And Lore Runner is thanked for showing can do it together. Can be Fungal Fellowship now. We'll win for sure.
Spores guide you.
Spore Glider's very scary. Could still sneak up and attack, hurt Bracco's cap, but Lore Runner made Bracco practice. Now can fight Spore Gliders, even when scared. Scared does not mean have to run. Ready now to fight for Fungal Fellowship. Even if we fight Spore Gliders, Bracco will not run.
Grow often.
Could be Esmerastar. Because I have a really vague back of my mind memory of what you're talking about. Like, I remember seeing a big ol', what do you call them? That model of enemy around here. But there ain't nothing here. Low runner? Why, here. Tuck Tuck quit keen. Grudge Pit scary. Cool, warm, and safe. Yeah, by the way, the one person who straight up quits is the Deeps. Something about that amuses me.
We greet you.
Low runner shoots to tell Tuck Tuck. Tuck Tuck is bad for running away? Tuck Tuck knows Tuck Tuck not good enough for team. Had to run away. We'll stay safe in pool. Is good enough to stay in pool. No one starts ready, that's why we train. Tuck Tuck doesn't think we can. Can't be strong like Lore Runner. Only some strong, not strong enough. Won't be good enough, even with training. Zinni was scared of letting team down, but trained with Lore Runner. Got more brave. You are right. You will not be good enough if you never try. Brocco was scared of Spore Gliders. Lore Runner helped Brocco try. Now Brocco fight them. If Tuck Tuck no try cannot fail, is most safe. Lore Runner and team can't be mad. Won't lose new friends. And Tuck Tuck won't feel sad. But if you stay, you'll get soggy. But we're still friends, win or lose.
Find new things.
If we win, Brocco still be friend of Tuck Tuck. If we lose, we be friends who keep doing practice. Okay, friends. Tuck Tuck meet you by pit.
What new things?
Have to get a bit more soggy first. As all DPS should. Tuck Tuck could lose. Be beaten. Very scary. Lorna would still be friend. Brocco would still be friend. Zinni would still be friend. Would still be Fungus Falls. Okay. Tuck Tuck will try best. We'll shoot poison again. So much poison. Everywhere.
We wish you well.
I'm glad that at least a couple of people are actually liking this room. I know I have several viewers who just bow out because it's WoW. No judgment. It's just discouraging.
We see you.
Done teaching now? Let's see what Fungal Fellowship can do.
Be you well?
Now, Fungal Fellowship looks stronger now, more ready. Hope they won't run again. Next fight against Glowguard. Glowguard never lose. Hope your training make fight better before Fungal Fellowship lose. It'll be fun for watch.
Is that all?
By the way, the name of this this quest is the Not Yet Defeated Champions.
We greet you.
Now is fight Glowguard. They called always winners because... Never mind. Mata not want to make Lore Runner sad, but Mata thinks maybe Lore Runner could beat Glowguard. Lore Runner very strong, and team was train hard. Mata wishes Lore Runner much luck. Might beat always winners. Maybe could beat always winners? No, was run out, but still could beat Glowguard.
Find new things.
The Fungal Fellows, the Fungal Falls! His hard name. The Glowguard! Yeah, I'm a demon hunter. So, y'all are dead. Come on, team. Yeah, don't run while I solo this, okay? Could you do that for me, guys? Zinni healed group. All not die. Yep. Tuck Tuck poisoned everyone. Was key to victory. Damn right. Without the DPS, we wouldn't have done that. Amazing. Beat Glowguard. Trained much well.
We see you.
Everyone is surprised Lore Runner defeated Glowguard. Glowguard never lose. Until Lore Runner trained team. Then was lose.
We offer greetings.
Shocked Fungal Fellowship beat Glowguard. I knew Lore Runner strong, but didn't know if training could be enough. Not one Fungarian was bet on Fungal Fellowship. We did not think Glowguard could be defeat. Now every Fungarian know Lore Runner is Teacher of Strong.
With you.
Zinni is thanks, Lore Runner. Taught us to fight strong in pit, where is scary. but taught us to be strong in caps, where it can be scary too. Tell Tuk Tuk if you ever need poison dart. We'll always be ready. Was great to learn fight from Lorewrunner. And how to not fear Spore Glider. Hey, want to go back to pool? Is nice, is warm, is soggy. And Spore Gliders are near pool. Can make go splish if we fight on way. Fungal Fellowship are new champions. We deserve pool. Deserve to be soggy. Delightful. What else can I add to that? Delightful. Moving on. Oh, thank you for the sub, Nordame. Very much. Would a mushroom want to be soggy? I mean, I keep talking about how much Midnight is rushed, but you gotta understand, I don't mean that the way I usually do in this show. Usually when I am talking about a game being rushed, it's a bad thing. And in fairness, it is a bad thing here. Midnight is less polished than previous expansions. But it's very obvious that they want Midnight to exist, for lack of a better way to frame that. That the people working there are motivated and care, probably because they have job security and unions and benefits. And yeah, all that fun stuff. So the QA team thing is interesting. I'll talk about that in just a second. But first, I want to say thank you. Here we go. To Nordame. Put that down for Guild Wars. Xenoblade 3 and Xenoblade X. And there's Miristar towards the Fungal Fellowship. And towards Patch Knight. Last Titan. And the last patch. Done. For both of you. Holly Longdale has been a unicorn. She is a dev who is a good manager. That is rare. Most people who are good at one are not good at the other. I have immense hope that I am wrong about the last patch. No real expectation. Just hope. Yeah, I literally have the quest for Rotmire Army. Yeah, Holly Longdale's a unicorn. When I first saw her, I was actually kind of against her until I saw her off camera, if that makes any sense. Saw her the results, saw what she did, and I was just like, oh! Because for those of you who know, Holly Longdale has negative charisma. Not absent, negative. She is terrible on camera. Like, actually bad. She should never be on camera. But she is a talented developer, a good and skilled manager who knows how to manage multiple teams simultaneously, and is probably the single biggest reason why WoW has righted itself in modern WoW. No joke. I don't want to put all of that on one person, but she's probably the one with the biggest share, if you know what I mean. Yeah, no shade. That's not how that works. Metzin's weird. Metzin just has that star power of being able to be on camera. And it's worth noting, people who are good on camera are not always good developers and or writers or managers. Todd Howard.
My claws are ready.
Hello there, stranger. You're probably wondering why I'm surrounded by these beautiful plant hydras. Oh, wait. No, I'm not wondering about that at all. So I'm going to go back here a little bit. Because Mr. Red asked a question that I wasn't quite ready to answer. As of this moment in time, the Undermine has plus 87 to everything. Hang on one second. No, that's right. As of this moment in time, Zulamon has plus 86. Yeah. Undermine is still the best zone in the game. But Zul'Aman is right behind it. Yeah, Todd is a good target. The problems at Bethesda go beyond Todd Howard. He is not a good developer. He's not a good manager, and he's not a good writer. He has never been any of those things. One second, I need to check something. Sorry, give me a moment here, please. Yeah, Todd's just a hype man. I actually think he does have legitimately good charisma. I do. Well, I should use past tense. Had good charisma. He knows how to handle himself on stage, and again, that's a skill. It's a skill most people do not have. Okay. Why would they care, Triaxia? For those of you curious, by the way, right now the best zones in WoW, I can pretty much just look at the last two expansions. So at the top is Undermine at 87. Zul'Aman is right behind that at 86. And then we have Halifal at 80. Aj-Kahet at 79. And looks like Eversong at 70. Yeah. That's our top 5. Go figure. Jade Forest is still pretty good. It is actually shockingly good for being such an old zone. The Jade Forest, there it is 51. So for a bit of perspective, give me a second. Can someone let the dog in, please? Sorry. So for a bit of perspective, we've got Undermine at the top. And then Zul'Aman. Then Halifal, then Aj. Het, and then Eversong. Then it looks like Emerald Dream is next. That's 64. What did I say it was? 58? So I'm doing a little manual cross-referencing here. 51, excuse me. So 51. 51. Okay, so what else we got here? Looks like Rigging Deeps. 54. Azure Span is at 52. And Waking Shores is at 54. Oh my god. So what that means, I'm going to go let the dog in. Hang on, so that means it goes in order. Undermine, Zul'Aman, Halifal, Aj-Kahet, Eversong, Emerald Dream, Rigging Deeps, Waking Shores, Azure Span, Jade Forest. It is in the number 10 slot. Still. And that lineup tracks, honestly. All of those are S-tier zones. Every one of those. Yeah. Arendar so far is lagging, but that's because the MSQ down here was pretty weak. Most of the MSQs of the Midnight Zones have been pretty solid, except for Harandar. I think Harandar will be made up for by the other axes, though. I don't know if it'll break 50. We'll see. Okay, so, speaking of side quests...
What did the roots bring?
Hello there, stranger. You're probably wondering why I'm surrounded by these beautiful plant hydras. My name is Nata. I'm protector of the nearby cascades. You haven't seen hydras in the area, have you? It's hard to admit, but the orchid hydra disappearance is my fault. I let their numbers decline through hunting and lack of proper management. I wish to make amends by reintroducing the magnificent orchid hydras back to the Nordrasil's root cascades.
You may speak.
The orchid hydra, it's hard to say, the orchid hydra's favorite food is violet chloroceros? Oh my god. Especially the buds on the bull's back. But the hydra's gone for so long, the violets have glazed too much of the fauna. Soon there'll only be mud in that once lush and beautiful part of Herondar. I want to reintroduce the hydras to their primary food source, and I would appreciate if you bring me 4 of these buds.
Fear the dark.
We'll only need 4 buds, 1 per hydra. Or 12, depending on how you do the head count. With them hunted out of the area, the drifter population in the Cascades to the west is on the rise. Egg sacs are making the water murky and undrinkable, and the drifters are becoming very territorial. We must ensure the reintroduction of the hydras will succeed, so cull the number of drifters and clear some of their egg sacs. You look capable of doing this.
Return to your path.
Sure, I can do that. We're going to grab a whole bunch of everything here, by the way. We're going to do the other method of doing zones.
Make it swift.
So what is your role as a Zulashar? We are historians and artists. Through our paintings we record the truths of our time. A tradition carried forward by the hands of generations before us.
Go and be safe.
As Zurashar, our oath is to safeguard the harmony within the visions and histories we preserve. Yet Ornshan's crude strokes are reckless. Their creative impulses lack refinement, disturbing the balance we are sworn to protect. In a misguided attempt at creativity, they've created uncontrolled chaos and are distorting the very truths they thought to record. Perhaps they will heed the words of an outsider before their reputation collapses completely.
Watch the dark place.
You'll find him down with Amir Drasil's roots, sitting with his mistakes. Alright, I'm just going to sit in this azurite. Thank you for being part of the show, Luke. Give me a moment. I will write that down here. There we go. You know, Mr. Ed is just kind of guzzling. Trails of Crossbell. Trails of Cold Steel. Pathfinder. Wrath of the Righteous. So what Kira White Noise would do is, they've already said they want to redo the old zones. Do a breather expansion involving the Bronze Flight, inspired by Remix, which revisits a bunch of old areas. I mean... That's funny. Mr. Red. One of the things, I've actually said this for a few years, is Cataclysm was obviously a cataclysm. Duh. But what a lot of people don't remember or realize or care to think about is the fact that Cata was a follow-through on Vanilla. Almost all of the major story arcs in those new zones were specifically referencing or indeed following through on the events of the previous things that happened in Vanilla, right? Darkshore is probably one of the examples of this, but you get the point. Oh god, I hope you're okay, Azura. Get some good rest. Feel better. Don't bully me. Listen, why would you hate being solo? Anyways, but yeah, so the idea here being just straight up following through on the events of Cata or indeed the events of just the game as a whole would not be a bad idea. After all, if you think about it, there's some kind of... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. There's story beats and events in Catazones that haven't been relevant for over 10 years in lore. Never mind in real life. Now, obviously, nowadays we have the ability to have multiple zones exist at the same time because we have Sora Dormi, and we have better layering tech, and we have more desire to actually keep her on the past. So I'm not saying they should get rid of the Catazones, quite the contrary. Any more than I think they should have gotten rid of Old Silvermoon, which you'll notice they also did not do. I'm just saying, it's like this, right? Here's how it would look. Here's Azeroth, but then you zoom out here, and here's Azeroth 2. And Azeroth 2 is like the modern Azeroth. It's just another server, right? It's another server cluster, I believe is actually the term for that. From a development perspective, it would mostly just be Cata again. So the time spent doing zone design would be minimized, so that's good. And from a storytelling perspective, it would be mostly following through on the stories of Cata, which are well documented. And a lot of those have plenty of dangling threads and places where they could keep going. I mean, what's been happening in Stone Talon Peak? You don't know. Now, interestingly enough, we know that the writers have been thinking about post-zone stories, because that comes up in a lot of the books and comics and other little ancillary materials like that. Yeah, is Hyjal fully healed? I don't know. What's going on in the Eastern Plaguelands? We saw them start to restore the Western Plaguelands back in Cata. What's going on in the Eastern Plaguelands by now? If you remember, even in Eastern Plaguelands in Cata, to keep going to that, whoops, hit the wrong thing. Come on. You can barely see it, but there's like little patches of grass around the towers because they've just started pushing back against the plague, right? And yeah, we got all kinds of other side stories we could touch on as well. There's room to grow, is kind of my point. It would be easier on the development side. It would literally take less time and effort to develop. And it would be a nice breather expansion for the devs and a nice breather expansion for us. And a good way to follow through on things. Now, you would also have to have one other thing. And I know that sounds strange, because the thing is, I don't know what that other thing is. You would have to have some other hook for the future. Because after all, we would want to do something after the breather expansion. And I don't know what that is. Here, have some food. Eat up. Eat up, you dumb thing. Eat up! Why won't you eat? Yeah, they've been doing a lot of stuff in Arathia lately. I almost wonder if that's a test bed situation. Oh yeah, the Cata has no content people, aka morons. I'm sorry, I will never hold back from that opinion. I tend to try and be understanding, tolerant, kind, and generally forgiving about a lot of things. The people who think Cata had no content are idiots.
Speak swiftly. Your path leads here.
The precious budlings will be very happy with their first taste of buds. Ooh, just delicious.
Wild guide you. I will watch for you.
With the previous tasks done, it's time to reintroduce the budlings to the wilds. I have marked suitable locations to place the budlings. The little hydras will be an easy pick, so expect predators to attack you. I am sad to see them go, but I know it's for the ecosystem and for their own good. And I'll give you this little pet, which you can't even use, but he's so cute! He's just so cute! Oh my god, look at him!
Onhara watch over you.
Come here, budlings, let's go. Yeah, for once we're not killing hydras. Literally for once. Come on, little guy. Here you go. Oh, Mo. Oh, no. I'll save you, little Hydra. I got your back, which I have to get up on. No, I'm not explaining that reference. I mean, in Morrowind, magic is this weird, kind of strange, janky thing that you can abuse and misuse to hell and back. In Oblivion, magic is awesome, fantastic, incredible, wonderful, perfect in every way. I am exaggerating. In Oblivion, magic was like a good in-between of feeling good while actually being good. In Skyrim, magic is completely pointless, and we'll probably get several negatives to gameplay. Maybe a positive. I haven't decided about that yet. Clearly, the Nords could never possibly actually know how to, cast. It's just, ugh. Yeah, what do you play in Skyrim? Stealth Archer. Yeah, that's another thing. Leveling magic sucked in Skyrim. My god. Oblivion system, I've actually talked about this before because I've already reviewed Oblivion, but part of the reason I'm so fond of Oblivion system is it managed two things at the same time. If you want to exploit it, it's very exploitable, and if you don't, it's still very useful. That is a surprisingly rare combination in gaming. In other words, even someone who is just playing naturally or normally or whatever will still get benefit and use out of the system. And if you want to just abuse the crap out of it, you can. Like, the moment you gain access to crafting your own spells, it's like, ooh. Yes, please. Anyways. I guess, I don't know. If I feel the need to defend myself. I've spent 22 years now listening to people whinge about how much WoW sucks because they're idiots. And tolerance gone, right? The HP bar has emptied. So at this point, I'm just interested in making a good game. I kind of don't care how much people whinge about it. You know?
What did the roots bring? Your path leads here.
Well, you're back. The feeling is bittersweet. On the one hand, I lost my babies, but on the other, I know it's for the best. I could go and visit them, or maybe I shouldn't. Considering to be unruly and 4 times my size. Regardless, thank you for your help. I never forget this kindness.
Go now.
Yes, seriously, Mr. Red. So in Elder Scrolls 6, do I think that offensive magic will be even more restricted? Yes. I don't know if it's going to be in the exact manner you described, but if you ask me, I will put money down right now. I think that the magic system in Elder Scrolls 6 will be even worse than it was in Skyrim. Because Skyrim's at least still had a couple of things going for it. The channeling magic was still cool and interesting, and the two-handed system was actually kind of neat. That's about all I'm going to give it, but still, it was something. Elder Scrolls 6 probably won't even have that, right? It'll go another step down and just be like, yeah, so now it sucks. Remember, there is currently, this is not a joke, there's currently an executive mandate that Elder Scrolls 6 has to come out in 2 years. Please think about that. Remember that they only started developing on it earlier this year, a few months ago. There's no way. Hey, Eugenics. Thank you for the sub, as always. A very weak brofist today, but I will still brofist. And that's going towards... But that would involve hiring people, Mr. Red. We can't do that. Rim Fandango, FF7R2, and Dispatch. When did they announce that? Hang on. I was asking that earlier, and I don't remember the answer I was given. Give me one second. Ah! God damn it, YouTube. It was 8 years ago. 8 years ago this year. So a lot of people put... so it's funny you say that, Ushunix. You know what one of Todd's primary jobs is at Bethesda? This is not actually a joke. One of his primary jobs is to be a target so people can point to him and say it's his fault when bad stuff happens at Bethesda. Now, don't mistake me. He does have some stake in how things went badly at Bethesda. But that is his primary job, is to be the face. The face is the hype man and the target.
Listen to the roots. I listen.
I don't think I can mend this. The Zurshar were right. I am no paint maker. I can't even capture history properly within my own memories. How can I ever hope to honor it in moments that matter? I thought I could create something beautiful, something worthy. I was foolish to try. Could you help me clean this mess? I have no help left to do it myself.
Anhara watches.
You're willing to help? Thank you, outsider. I'll show you the source of the chaos. Meet me at the Vision Stone at the Shrouded Grove. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red. He absolutely does not like that, I guarantee it. Alright, we're in the Vision. Yes, yes. Oh my god, they're all paint crazed. There's a paint crazed potatoed. That's its name. Don't look at me like that. I didn't name it. Now, to answer your overall question, though, do I think that Bethesda is incompetent on purpose or just too busy smelling their own farts? I absolutely think that they are, as a group, as an overall developer team, way up in the clouds. I think they have so much self-confidence and so much assuredness that they can do no wrong that they got way too complacent. I have actually thought this for a while. This is not a new opinion. Starfield was just the most recent example of that. Fallout 76 is a weird one, because it's actually pretty fun. If you've ever sat down and played it. And I know what you're thinking, how could that possibly be? Well, the mere fact that you're asking that means you do not know that Bethesda pushed out Fallout 76, ruined it thoroughly, and then left, and went on to work on Starfield. They put it into the hands of another team. I forget the name of the other team, don't ask me right now. And hey, guess what? The actual developers have been taking it and turning it into something I would actually qualify as a game. I know that's not exactly what you'd call high praise, but it's better than it was.
Speak now.
You actually did it. If an outside... Oh, I hate you. That person has the axe. Do you see the axe? Ignore the bikini. Just look at the axe. If an outsider can clean up my chaos, perhaps my work isn't a lost cause after all.
Bring your words.
Thank you. I'm still shaken, but I can feel a small spark returning. I nearly abandoned my work completely, yet your kindness has steadied me. I think I finally see what it means to create. Something meaningful that honors the Zurashar tradition through my voice. But to begin, I need the essence of the color itself. Will you help me collect ingredients I need? I'd be looking for anything I could turn into paint.
Go quietly.
Trust is hard for me, but you've shown me real gentleness. You're welcome. Artists need to be taken care of because otherwise rich people will chew them up and spit them out. No, seriously, there's actually math behind this. Just straight up cold, hard math. It's like this. how do you make a car manufacturer more efficient? The answer is that you improve technologies, materials, resources, outsource things, you know. There's all kinds of stuff you can do to improve the process of creating a car. But there's such a thing, there's a concept called a development plateau that in many jobs we have reached centuries ago. How do you become a more efficient artist? You don't. We've already plateaued on that. We plateaued on that a bajillion years ago. How do you become a more efficient singer? How do you become a more efficient writer? Yeah, no, this is old stuff. That's the point. You can improve your skill, but you can never improve your development pipeline. Yeah, that's not efficiency. Like I said, this is math. Hello, off the deeper end. The problem with that is there's this principle, which I don't remember the name of. Oh, God, what's it actually called? Hang on. I was just looking this up earlier today. Of course I don't remember the name of it now. Hang on. Oh my God, stop hitting me when I'm alt-tabbed. Hi, off the deep end. Okay, No, hang on. There it is. I found it. I just had to... The Baumol effect, or Baumol's cost disease. It's a principle that was put forth in the 60s, which has so far proven to be absolutely true, which is essentially an economic model about how... It's a model for an entire economy, not just like an individual industry. The idea is that as other industries, as other markets growths change and adjust and develop, they don't just affect their industry, they have a knock-on effect of other industries. And the bottom line of all of this is that over time, the cost of things tends to go up, whereas the wages that is given to the individual workers does not. And this disproportionately affects people in service industries where there is no additional efficiency to be improved, such as the creative works, such as singers, writers, artists, etc. Right?
Make it swift.
So they make less money and are less valued specifically because of the fact that other industries are doing better. Because what tends to happen over time, it's a filter, right? You have a job. Okay, I've got my job. Cool. But you know what? I don't want to be in this job. I want to be over in that job. Why? Well, because that industry is making more money. So that job makes more money. So I switch over to that industry. Okay, well then we hire some over here, but now we've got less room over here, which means more people are applying, which means the actual value goes down, which means they pay people less, which means they actually fleece people, which means people can't be promoted. It's this gigantic domino chain. But so far it has been nothing but true. And again, this was a theory posited in the 60s. So... Now, I know what you're going to... I'm shocked nobody said this already. There's a way to become a more efficient artist/writer. It's called AI generation. And yeah, you're starting to see why people have been trying to push that so much.
You have come far.
Other than, you know, just general evil.
I have heard.
I never expected to feel this again. Your help has given me hope. These ingredients feel right. Maybe even enough. I want you to be the first to paint. Don't fret over perfection. Paint what you feel. I'll capture its essence into the memory I preserve.
Walk carefully.
Okay, I can try to paint something. Alright. Oh, hey! Okay, so this is... I actually like this one. I mean, I really hate to be saying this because I'm sure people are sick of hearing me say it. But the problem is not necessarily AI itself. Let's be clear, I am extremely anti-Gen AI. But the people misusing and abusing the system for the purposes of trying to squeeze just a tiny little bit more money out of everyone else are the actual problem there, aren't they? Naked greed is always going to be more of an issue than the hammer they're using to, I don't know, finish this analogy in a way that actually makes sense. That being said, I forgot about one. Oh, I'm so stupid. That being said, if I could just get rid of Gen AI, like literally just snap it out of existence and it never comes back, I would, without hesitation. Get that crap back in Pandora's box so we never have to deal with it again.
Make it swift.
You have reminded me creation isn't just about skill. It's about daring to try, imagination and expression. Even though my work differs from the other Zurashar painters, it still has worth. I need to believe in myself again and to slowly hone my craft. Thank you for helping me see the possibility where only I saw failure. I am eager, yet cautious, to begin my next piece. Perhaps this time it will be something worthy of the name I carry.
Roads guide you.
I could not have done this without you. Your kindness has helped me rediscover who I am. With each brushstroke, I paint with purpose and hope, and a touch of what you've shared. Good quest. Probably written from the heart, actually. Call me a weirdo. Yes, a human could become a shaman. Any species could become a shaman. I don't think there's any limitations on a species becoming a shaman. Not that I'm aware of. In gameplay? No. I think. I'd have to double check. Making me look stuff up. Hang on. Playable races. Humans. Humans can make Death Knights, Hunters, Mages, Monks, Priests, Paladins, Rogues, Warlocks, and Warriors. So no Shaman, Jacob. I'm done. I'm actually one of those weird people, I've said this before, that I would just fling the door open on what races could be what. There is, at this point in time, no real reason to restrict anything other than Evoker, Demon Hunter, and Death Knight. Everything else should be open door. In lore, in addition to in gameplay. Yeah, let me make an Undead Paladin. Let me make a Human Shaman. There's nothing preventing that from happening. Especially at this point in history.
Yes.
Have you ever wanted something so much only to miss the opportunity? Yes! I am desperate enough to ask for an outsider to help. To join the Kadani, the elite hunters of Harathir, you must complete a complex ritual under the guidance of an experienced Kadani. However, there are none left to guide me, so I cannot take the ritual. But I've heard words of your actions. Maybe a Kazi, the Kadani elder, would let you stand as my guide. You may not know the ritual, but you know the hunt. Please, let us try.
Return to your path.
And welcome back to Halter, by the way. Sorry. Now get out of that doctor's office.
Speaks.
Yeah, where's my Night Elf Paladin, for Christ's sake? We require a Kadani to mentor and train our youngest hunters. The requirement comes not from tradition, but from the dangers of the grand hunts we seek. I recognize you are no stranger to the dangers of the world. While I am well aware of Cataan's resolve and perseverance, I know little about you. The only way I can allow you to mentor Catan is you become an honorary Kadani yourself. Are you willing to take on the task, not just for yourself, but for Walker's future as well? There'll be no second chance if you fail, Walker.
Go. Now.
Very well.
My claws are ready.
I will give you my blessing. Though you're not Kadani, tales of your prowess precede you. Your skills in the hunt need no introduction. I know you will be able to give Catan the guidance he needs. You will both take part in the Kadani trials. You as an honorary Kadani, Catan is your trainee.
Onhara watch over you.
At the start of the trial, the mentor and the trainee gather weapons and materials to forge a hunting weapon. Sorry, it's getting really hard to read at a normal rate. The weapon is more than an extension of the Kadani. It's part of their being. There's no other weapon like it, as each is unique. You will help him hunt and gather materials and decorations, as well as a gift for the weaponsmith.
Wild guide you.
I will start the hunt. Goddess willing, we will meet in the field. It's okay, I am known to hunt as well, because, you know, I'm a demon, whatever. Hi, Walker.
You may speak.
So, what are you up to?
Fear the dark.
My hunt at this location is done. There's one more area I wish to visit before I feel fulfilled. Okay. Well, have fun. Weirdo. I'm tempted, but right now I'm really trying to pull back on food expenses. I need to figure out what I'm going to buy tomorrow at the grocery store. Aw, hello, Grumpy. They're all grown up. Aren't they so cute? Ignore their ravenous maws. I mean, I love me a good pretzel burger, so I'm completely with you on that. Of course I've had pretzel burgers. They're really good. So here's the thing. You might think, how does that change anything? And if you're actually asking me that, then I feel very bad for you. Because you don't understand how much the bread matters for any sandwich, burgers included. So the idea here is that the quality of the bread obviously matters, so you want the highest quality bread you can get, but the consistency of the bread matters too. Pretzel burgers are nice and thick, right? It's a pretzel. It's exactly what it sounds like. And so it adds a wonderful bit of bite, I think is the word I want to use there, to the burger itself. You know how a lot of burger buns are just kind of there to get the burger into your mouth? The pretzel is there to be part of the flavor and part of the texture of the burger. It stops being just something that's kind of there and starts being a relevant and significant part of the burger itself. Now, a good burger bun will accomplish the same thing, but that's part of what makes pretzel burgers so good, is a pretzel bun makes for a good bun. I'm collecting these vines for Alyat, the Harathir blacksmith. It's tradition to offer the master craftsman when you ask for their help. Offer a gift, excuse me. Lasher vines are so hard to come by and very strong, so you should be satisfied with an offering.
Return, if you must.
I'm looking for a few more materials. I'll meet you back in Harathir. Okay. Yeah, no, exactly. You don't want to use a pretzel bun on a smash burger. It doesn't fit. You want to use a pretzel bun on a burger that's thick. Toasting is an interesting question. Some people think you should put the bun in a toaster and then toast it. Those people... Oh, I feel bad for those poor people. You know what you should do? You should toast it on a skillet. Or a grill. If you have a flat top grill, it works the same way. I am 100% serious about it. If you learn anything from me, learn how to toast your bread on a skillet. You get a pat of butter, spread it on it, put the bread on it. You want to push it down just a little bit, just briefly. And you want to run around it, grab up all the butter on it, and then leave it there for a minute, maybe two. It depends on the bread. And then pull that sucker out. That is how you toast bread. Oh, we're both done. The first time I ever showed someone how to toast bread on a skillet, they were like, "Why are you doing that on a skillet?" And I'm like, "Let me explain this to you. Have a bite." Okay. Oh my god, this is so good. Uh-huh. And now you too know the true Choco anger. Regular old frying pan? I'm going to ask a very stupid question. What's the difference between a frying pan and a skillet? Yeah, I was going to say, those words are synonymous in my brain. We're done? We're done. Cool. So in other words, no difference. Use mayo instead of butter. Okay, I'm done throwing up. Whew. I mean, if you got a cast iron, that's going to be better. But not everyone can manage that for various reasons.
Speak swiftly.
Were you able to get everything? I know some of you, the required materials can be hard to gather.
My claws
Well,
are
these look
ready.
pristine. Thank you for doing this for me. Maybe one day I'll be able to do the same for someone else.
Your path leads here.
Forging the Kadani weapon is a crucial moment in the trial. We'll have to follow Alyat's instructions. Once he forges the weapon, you'll bring it to Elder Akazi. There'll be a short ceremony where he will hand me the weapon. Ceremony concludes, and the Elder announces our final task. Shouldn't let the excitement take the better of me, but one thing at a time. We must be patient and calculating.
I will watch for you.
We'll start with Lord adding the bone, Kazan adding the fang. Now the spore bat tail. Nothing goes to waste. It's a beautiful weapon. Lorena, as my mentor, it's up to you to bring the spear to Elder Akazi. I'll meet you there. That's a nice spear, too. A masterpiece weapon. Not even Akazi will deny it.
What did the roots bring? Onhara watch over you.
A fine weapon. A masterpiece indeed.
Yes. You may speak.
Forging a weapon is not an easy feat. A master craftsman must be using the very best materials brought by the trainer and the mentor. If a hunting spear is an extension of its hunter, then the Kadani spear is an integral part of their being, a perfect mirror of their body, mind, and soul.
Speak swiftly.
You have proven to be a worthy mentor. Catan deserves his weapon as much as it deserves Catan. The two of you have one more task before this journey comes to an end.
Return to your path.
The last trial stands before you. Together you have forged a weapon that will tell any beast. But the weapon is nothing without the hunter. Since you are not Kadani, I present you with a difficult hunt. Catan and you will hunt down and slay a prey known as to all Harathir hunters, the great Raduni. The beast ventured too close to Harathir and should be a suitable hunt. Return to me once your hunt is complete, and Raduni's sap is on the spear.
Fear the dark.
Catan, a Kadani is never afraid of its prey. Your prey today is something to be scared of. You will hunt down the great Raduni, and once the trial's over, you'll be one of the Kadani. I've heard tales about Raduni. Regardless, I will take on the task with honor. Yeah, for those of you who have anything more than 1 week left to do of time walking, you're too late. So, FYI. Raduni is known as one of the most dangerous beasts that roam the outskirts of Harathir. I'm not afraid of it, I respect it. Whenever you're ready, as mentor, you must initiate the hunt, and I will join you.
Go now.
No, you don't understand. Okay, hang on. So there's this event called the Turbulent Timeways, right? If you do 4 of those during the event, you get this. Now, there's some weird jank to how exactly you can get that credit for that. But the point is, the intent is you gotta do this for 4 weeks. Mook says, can't you do it on alts? I am not aware of being able to do it on alts. If that's true, that's an exploit that I have not heard of. The exploit I am aware of is if you do it all on one character, you have to do, 4 dungeons the first week. And then the second week you have to do 1 dungeon. And then the third week you do 1 dungeon, and the fourth week you do 1 dungeon. And then you're good, and then you get it, and you're there. But I'm pretty sure you still got to do it across the 4 weeks, one way or the other. That's why I say you're running out of time, or rather, are currently out of time, if you're not already there. Hey, Dickback. Down you go. Rotuni is dead. We did it! The beast is dead! His moment of excitement is replaced with a sudden stern expression on his face. I will return to Elder Akazi, not as Catan, but as Kadani Catan. Coming of age thing here.
What did the roots bring?
I see now your presence here and Catan's perseverance were set by the goddess herself. I am impressed by your actions and resolve. Thanks to you, his path is clear.
Return, if you must.
Lord Runner, you are now one of the Kadani. May the goddess guide you in your future hunts. Catan, your sense of purpose, passion, and perseverance brought you here. Step up to the hunt, Kadani Catan. May the goddess guide you through future hunts. Thank you, Lord Runner, for everything you've done for me. May the hunt always be in your favor. Remember to stab all Mr. Reds as you see them, lest they betray you in turn. As a question, Mook, if you don't mind answering, you mentioned this was your favorite zone, right? Could you enumerate that? I'm curious why, in other words. It's a good zone. 100%. That's not the question I asked.
I am not afraid.
Whoa, you're pretty weird looking for a Rutani. Where's all your flowers and bits? Moving on.
I am ready.
Wait a minute, you're no Rutani at all. Are you one of those outsiders Saku and Orkan keep talking about? Oh, I just got a great idea. Did you know the goddess used to have a pet? Rumor has it when the goddess disappeared, Al-Nisharan was so sad he just flew up the highest roots of Harandar, never to be seen again. But every so often he goes looking for food, and his scales fall as sky glass. I want to gather some. It's my dream to see Al-Nisharan firsthand. Will you help me?
You saw me.
Okay, so I may have a different thing I'm supposed to be doing in the Cascades too. It's my turn to gather saptor fronds for the stew. It's such a pain. Not only are saptor fronds horribly bitter, but the saptors are barely even fun to hunt. They don't even make your blood flow before they die. But hey, you probably don't get to fight saptors as often as I do. Maybe while you're looking for skyglass, you could gather some for me? You know, while you're in the area.
I know the way.
Come, we have skyglass to collect. Oh. I'm gonna grab some other quest. Oh, I'm waiting. Excuse me. Oh my god, yawning. Your game. No, your Titan is over. I don't know. Oh, you're about to get bored of lazing about, Riverscale. Look at him, he's just sleeping there like a log. Ugh.
Speak swiftly.
We are blessed to live in Harandar, and we treat it as a responsibility. The roots of the world tree wind through these lands, and we must tend them to make sure they continue to thrive. I am a charge nurse of Nordrasil. It's a responsibility I take very seriously. What do you do with the world tree? The world trees do not need too much to thrive. Harandar is nearly a perfect home for the roots, but drought, parasite, and other dangers do arise. This is as important for the Haranir as it is for the world trees themselves. It brings us purpose, reminds us of the importance of our home. We will defend this place with our lives, and with the knowledge that what we do reaches beyond us.
Your path leads here.
We have long tended to the roots with the help of creatures who live and grow here. Think of it as a symbiotic relationship from which we, the creatures, and the root all benefit. That said, my partner here isn't contributing much lately. Please help me find a way to motivate him again. Cleanse off the essence of the outside. Cleanse yourself in the waters of Harukai.
I will watch for you.
Do I have to? Like, I'm a demon hunter. Do you want me bathing in your pool? Is that a desired state of existence? Let me go pick up some other quests while I think about whether or not I should do that. Did I see Pirates of the Caribbean 4? Yes. Do I remember Blackbeard? Yes. End statement. Another frickin' Trial of Style quest. When is that ending? Oh my god, Saturday. We'll be done with the run by then. I hope. You're that stranger I've been hearing about, aren't you? I'm Sumira, apprentice painter to Jakul. You heard of him? No? Maybe his work hasn't made it to your lands. That makes sense, I guess. Anyhow, I'd heard you like helping people. Well, a few important people went missing, and Jakul was attacked and killed. I want them back. What, kid?
You won't find me.
Okay, I mean, what else kind of quest would you get from a kid, right? Like, I want to reread that for just a second, because that was great. I heard you like helping people. Well, a few important things went missing when Jakul was attacked and killed. I want them back. Just... What? No, I will wait here for the Mr. Red. I've picked up every quest in the area, except for Work It, because Work It does not exist. Are there any other Work It's around here? Oh, God, there are. There's so many Work It's. I don't care, game. I don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Alright, sorry. Yeah, Midnight is going to score quite well. I don't know how it's going to score relative to War Within, but it's going to score pretty well. Let's see, what was War Within's worst? So, let's actually look here. It was actually Koresh. That makes sense. Koresh was a little rushed and a lot buggy and had actual honest-to-God negatives to it. Still a very good zone, I should mention. Worst is doing a lot of work here as a word, right? Okay, he's got that quest. I love how the name of this quest, by the way, is Chores. Ugh. Yeah, the worst world War Within zone is merely made of solid silver. Ugh. We were settled here before the world trees took root in Harandar. The world trees make everything around them grow strong and healthy. We must care for them in turn.
What did the roots bring?
This may seem inconsequential, but it's all part of the process.
Return to your path.
No, that looks right. I just turned in Supplicant to the Goddess. It comes from this lady right here. It's true. Interesting dialogue. We are blessed to live in Harandar, but this is also our responsibility. The roots of the world tree wind through these lands. We tend them and they thrive. That's why it's so important for Riverscale to be back on duty. We need to keep these grounds clear of fungal lashes before they reach off of the roots. As a plus, Riverscale really loves lasher fronds. Can you find some and bring them back for him?
Almhara watch over you.
The roots of the world tree are infused with nutrients and magic of Harandar. As the large vessels that they are, they will draw of them unwanted fauna and flora. Some of them are harmless, but we want to keep the roots clear. Harnir can often be allergic to the green weeds that flourish beside the roots of the world trees. If you rip them up at the root, that would be saving us a lot of time and hives.
Return, if you must.
You're helping maintain the health of the world tree, but more importantly, you're following tradition! The most important thing that can ever be in any setting ever. Mr. Red, I now have to hit myself in the head with a frying pan 15 times because previous generations did so. Is there a reason you're doing it? Yes, because it's tradition! Tradition. We call it Frying Pan Head Day. That's a good question. Does Liadrin count as main character or side character? As of the moment, I would hedge towards main. In fact, let me actually think about it. What are the main characters of Midnight? Eretor, Liadrin, Lorthamar, Turellian. I think I'd actually stop there. To qualify as a main character, you need to be more relevant to things other than just the MSQ or a single zone's MSQ. For example, you notice I don't mention Zuljara. She's definitely a major character, but she is isolated to her own zone. At least at the moment. Umbric is the same way. Umbric is definitely a major character, but he's still primarily isolated to a few tidbits here and there in Eversong and in the Voidstorm. Now, that can change. We still have patches coming, right? But, you know, I'm going off what we got right now. Yeah, Orwena would be the same way. Exactly. And yeah, Romoth would be another one that's not quite there. Zul'Jan would be in the same territory. But yes, we have a super mystery game added to the list. Don't worry, it's... So, technically I added that last week. I don't think I'll push it to the top of the list. The real reason it was added to the list is because last week, I don't want to make you guys worry or feel bad, or I don't want to sound like I'm whining. I was in a lot of pain last week. Like a lot of pain. I was just barely holding. There's a reason I felt the need to start taking hydrocodone during shifts. It was bad. And so I was trying to think of a game that I could stream while being in that level of pain. Because WoW is kind of unique in the fact that it's one of the very few games I can comfortably stream while I am doing that poorly. I'm doing better now. But at the time I was worried about the rate of better getting. So I decided to go ahead and Dealer's Choice, a very short game, as kind of a breather game to stream, just in case I was still feeling particularly badly. I am not. It's still funded. We're still going to stream it. I'm just not going to kick it to the top of the queue like I was planning to. It is not Super Metroid, although I probably could play that like this. Yeah, I would agree with that, Carol. Hence the distinction, actually. I'm roaming too far. It's actually Metroid Prime 4. That's a lie. I shouldn't say that. It is not Metroid Prime 4. I will give that away. What am I missing still? Oh, I'm still missing an enemy thing. I don't know what Mr. Red is missing. Check that in a second. Oh, he doesn't even have this quest. Okay. Weird that it would be level locked. What level are you? 87. What the hell? Hang on, out of curiosity. Yeah, no, it says you haven't done the prex. Sorry. You're sure she has nothing? Just talk to her. Like, does she have nothing? I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just, you know. River Scale ignores you. Nothing. Okay, whatever. Moving on.
Yes, My claws.
It's important we keep the lashes from sapping important nutrients from the world tree. And I like spoiling my obstinate little boy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. He's such a terrible little river scale.
You may speak.
Oh, finally, I knew the little guy could do it. He is so cute. Look at him, he's so cute. No, that's a bald-faced lie. If this grove crawler could somehow find a way back into his cocoon, he'd already be there. His second favorite treat is a potato. If that doesn't work, his third favorite treat is petalwing. That should get him back on his mite-hunting duties. I have the backbone of a wet frog.
Go now.
Come on, River Scale. Let's go munch. Let's go munch. So, I have a bit of a problem with the Final Fantasy series. In that, the next FF I want to play is still a bad FF. In fact, it is the last of the bad FF categories, right? But I don't know which version I should play, because I kind of don't care enough to play both. And they're both bad for very different reasons. It's Final Fantasy III, if you're wondering. And there's the NES version and the DS version. Both of them are problematic, is the word I would use. The NES version is actually pretty polished for an NES RPG, which kind of says all it needs to, I feel. But the thing is, the DS version, the DS version has problems, is what I want to say. So first of all, it is arduously slow. It has that kind of slow load-in, load-out thing for battles, and animations have to play in sequence, and it's just, there's a lot of seconds and minutes. The second problem is the balance of the DS version is completely wonky, because they didn't properly playtest it. The third problem is that they didn't really... How do I put it? How do I even put this in words? We will probably have to grind in the DS version. Let me just summarize it like that. Like, we will probably have to straight up go run in a circle for a while to do things. There is a minuscule amount of additional story, and that's kind of it.
What did the roots bring?
Also, it's a DS game in 3D, and if you know what 3D DS games look like, you know what you're in for. Oh, I knew you could do it, Riverscale. Who's a good grove crawler? Who's the best crawler of them all? Who's a big grove crawler who knows how to teach strangers how to care for word trees? Oh, you knocked him out of his laziness. I cannot help but thank you enough.
Fear the dark.
All Riverscale needed was a friend to help him shake him out of his gloom. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, are you sure he's not sad because, you know, that's Nordrasil's roots? Okay, just moving on. Now, you mentioned the Pixel Remaster. Obviously, we do want to do the Pixel Remaster, but that's different. Like, that's actually probably not in the bad category. I mean, that would make me sad, Mr. Red. I even answered you, Elizar. Yes and yes, respectively. Now, Atalhakar says, which Final Fantasies are in the bad category? So right now we have FF13, 1. We have FF1 NES, FF2 NES. That just leaves FF3 NES and FF3 DS. I don't think any other FF will go below the 0 line. Other than FF15, which is not worth my time. So, gotta have that answer. I'm never re-reviewing. I actually have vetoed FF15. It is not worth my time. I have streamed it twice. Moving on. I actually had to explain, I think to Mr. Red, kind of tired right now, so I forget who I said that to, but I had to explain in detail why FF15 is so what it is. I can't even say bad, it's just what it is. Oh, and FF11. Sorry, and FF11, forgot about that. Why FF15 is so what it is that I refuse to ever stream it again. Because it's not like I have any problems with streaming a bad game. Like, come on. That's not... Come on. Right? No. No, the issue is FF15 is uniquely time-wasting. Yeah, it's a giant feast, like an entire table spread of plain white Wonder Bread. With the occasional bit of, like, really good jam here and there. It's just, no, I'm good. I'm good, guys. I can't. I can't even. I couldn't possibly eat another bite. Please stop jamming the Wonder Bread into my mouth. 13.2 and 13.3 are, well, oh, now that's a good point. So I was about to say 13.2 is a good game by all accounts. Now, I don't know that. We're going to find that out for ourselves. But 13.2 is reportedly one of the good FFs. 13.3 is not. So that means we have to do FF3 and FF13.3 before we're done with the bad FFs. I'm done with Sky Shards if you are, Mr. Red. Oh, looks like you are. Excellent. I'm forgetting Dirge of Cerberus. It doesn't exist. It's gone. Come on, you guys. Give it back. The Sky Shards are mine. No way. Runs like you can't play with Skyglass. Besides, you still think it comes from a flying lizard. Face it, Curry. There's no such thing as an Al-Sharan. She sniffs angrily, tears coming out of her eyes. Al-Sharan does exist, and I'll prove it to all of you. Curry, wait! Oh, goddess, there she goes. Oh, hello, Brood Warden.
Do not return, stranger. You are strange to me. I do not know you.
Shut up. Al-Sharan is a folktale we tell Haranir children to explain the shards of glass that occasionally rain on Harandar. Most grow out of searching for sky serpents, but Curry's heart has always been filled with whimsy. Curry has an imagination, is as imaginative as she is fierce, but she also has a bad habit of neglecting her chores. I appreciate your contribution to the community, though I shall have to give Curry a scolding when she returns. She holds too tightly to ancient traditions and tales. Too tightly. There's a difference between holding reverence for our ancient ways and chasing them into dangerous caves. I fear she might bite off more than she can chew in her search. Won't you go after her? She seems to trust you now, after seeing you as a co-conspirator in her quest. Please bring her home safely. Okay. Come along, you two. This traveler has to go clean up the mess you've made. And we'll have to have a talk about respect. Ah, but Root Warden, we're going to be gathering fronts for weeks. So, I've only played 13.2 once. And that was with cheats on. That's why I can't really speak to it. I enjoyed it for what it was. So, you know. Oh, they're much spookier up close. Thank you for saving me, new friend. Okay, maybe I'm a bit afraid of going into the dark. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to go in there. You'll be there too, right? There's probably tons of sky shards to be found in there. The adults find all sorts of stuff in the caves that we use back at the village. A lot of critters that live in the caves like to gather sky glass in particular. I guess they think it's shiny. That's good enough for us, though. It means we can go get a bunch of sky glass. Go in, make sure the coast is clear, and I'll come in and gather up as much as I can carry. At this rate, we'll be able to summon Al-Sharan in no time.
Go, run!
Oh, you heard her. Go, run! So Kinnick's Cow mentioned Dirge of Cerberus, and Walker mentions Crisis Core. I have a weird thing, which I don't really have a better way to describe, other than I don't have a lot of investment in a lot of the Gaiden games. Right? So most of the non-main games are just kind of, I'm not saying I won't review them, but you'll probably not see me dumping a bunch of Dealer's Choice on Crisis Core, or Core Crisis, or, Dirge of Cerberus. I suddenly can't think of any others. you get the point, right? It's not that they're bad, really. It's just that I just don't have the same level of investment in them. Having said that, I also don't consider most of them Final Fantasy games. Which is fine. Is Dirge any good? That is a fascinating question. I should mention, I've beaten Dirge 3 times, or whatever it is you need to do to get the secret ending. On the PS2. It was... let me think about how to word this. So I found the gameplay incredibly boring. Not bad, just boring. It was like a game that was trying to be Devil May Cry, but didn't actually know how to, is how I would try to describe it. The story was very anime. And so automatically I was just kind of invested because it's anime. I don't like anime. But there were some really good, interesting tidbits of the story here and there. And there's a certain moment I don't want to spoil, but it was really good. And there's some other cool stuff as we go throughout it. Overall, I would probably call it a net negative game, but not by much. That's from memory. It's worth noting. And again, I did play through it multiple times, so that probably lowered my opinion of it. And yes, I played Crisis Core on the PSP. In fact, I streamed Crisis Core on the PSP for the lore run. That's another game that was just kind of, very strange game. And yeah, Tactics doesn't count. Tactics is kind of its own thing. I would say Tactics is not a Final Fantasy game. For the same reason I wouldn't say that Tactics Ogre is a Final Fantasy game. I have never fully gotten through Final Fantasy Tactics Advance or Tactics Advance 2. I'm done, by the way, Mr. Red. I'm just waiting for you. So, I can't speak to those as well as I can some of the others. Like, I've beaten Tactics several times. Although, to my shame, I've only ever beaten Tactics without cheats once. And that was on the PSP version, specifically. I never got through the PS1 version without cheating. Oh man, 13 is so bad. Yeah, the Tactics review has been completely supplanted by the remake.
You saw me!
Oh, yes, this is so much! Ansharan will notice for sure. He probably wants all the Skyglass back.
I am ready.
This is it, we have all the Skyglass we can carry. The legends say that Ansharan cries crystal tears to mourn the missing goddess. Maybe if we give crystals back, he won't be so sad. Maybe he'll appear for us. Meet me at the village. I think I know the perfect place to make our offering.
To the wild.
No, you want to hear the hottest take I think I have as a Final Fantasy fan at Tolkien? I like Mystic Quest. It's okay. I know. There you are. Throw the shards into the pools. Okay, let's do it. Look, it's happening.
More words?
You know, wait, that's it? That can't be it. I was so sure.
You saw me!
You know, I thought I'd be sad if this didn't work, but I actually feel okay. I still believe. There's so much magic in the world. But if Ansharan isn't exactly what I think he is, his story still exists for a reason. That's important to me, I think. Yeah, by the way, if you get enough of these sky shards, 500 of them, I'm up to 82 for a bit of perspective. You get them now. It looks like this. So in case you can't tell, that's straight up a dream of an Azerothian dream thing. But it also has the model of a jade serpent, which are pretty old in the history of Azeroth, which has some interesting implications. I hope you're not too disappointed, little one. Mysteries and legends are fickle things. Disappointed? No way! So our first attempt didn't work. That doesn't mean Ansharan isn't real. It means I'm missing something. Our home is filled to the brim with wonders. Everything is so strange and old. I bet Ansharan is out there. I just have to figure out how to call him down. Ah, your spirit is indomitable. I'm proud of you. But next time, don't ask strangers to gather your fronds, You owe me twice as many next week. Ah! My Skyglass gathering might have faced a slight delay. Poor kid. Yeah, I was going to say, if you look at certain points, you can actually see him up top there, towards the cradle. Alright, hang on. Mr. Red said something that was drowned by chat. I don't see him right now. Sometimes he's like right up there. Whatever. And yeah, Crisis Core's story is bad, is the word I would use. Just straight bad. There are good moments, but that's it. It's kind of shocking, actually. Like, what's your favorite particular thing they won't shut up about? That stupid play? Or the honor of soldier? Take your pick. Just they won't shut up about either of them. Why is it bad? Oh god, I don't even know where to start with that. Okay, so Crisis Core is all about the super amazingly, super ridiculously powerful first-class soldiers you've never heard of before, who were best friends with Sephiroth, who were experimented on in order to turn them into like these morphic glorp monsters that were filled with Genova, and you have to run around killing them all, and it turns out Genesis was the reason why Sephiroth went insane. Yeah, by the way, you'll never hear about any of these people again. I've heard it described. I'm not as familiar with this phenomenon, so some of you in chat might know this, but I've heard it described as like those anime movies which have nothing to do with the show of the anime they're from. So they're like a one-off, right? And like, it kind of doesn't fit in the show at all. That's Crisis Core, right there. To a T. OVA, I don't know what that means, but I believe you. It's like, by the way... Yeah, and everyone's just ridiculously, stupidly powerful out of nowhere. This is still true. Like, Zack and Jill and Genesis are silly. Only video anime. Ah, gotcha. It does look cool. And it's not worthless, right? Like, it's not a game that I think is deprived of value. And there are some good story beats in it. Including the ending, actually, while we're on the subject. But, I don't know. It's its own animal.
I am ready.
Jakul
You won't find me.
was my mentor, but he was also my friend. I won't stand for the Rotani keeping the things they stole from him. What did he teach you? He was one of the best painters amongst the Haranir. He rarely took on students, but he said I had lots of potential. I lived with him since I was young, well, younger, I guess. I would spend all day mixing paint and learning how to create our sacred paintings. With him gone, I still have much to learn. I don't know how to continue without him. Jesus Christ. Wait, seriously, Mr. Red?
You saw me!
No, I agree completely, Walker. There is some good stuff in Crisis Core, and then there's the rest of it. I honestly think if Crisis Core had focused on being a prequel for FF7, it would have worked better. Unfortunately, they really wanted to tell their their OVA story. So, thanks for coming. I wasn't sure you would. Up that hill is Blooming Lattice. It's a settlement of Rutani who are quite vicious. Their leaders killed Jakul, took his things. I want them back.
I am not afraid.
A couple days ago, they attacked and killed my mentor. When they did, their stupid bird stole a few things from him. Those petals for brains will make off with anything shiny that isn't thorned down. Will you recover his things for me? I'm a painter, not a fighter. I wouldn't last very long on my own.
To the wild.
The Rutani were behind the attack on Jakul. They're led by a prime bloom warden, who's even more vicious. I hate them. They're all terrible. How about you go prune the overgrowth? Make it safer for the rest of us. Jakul was out hunting petalwings when the Rutani came upon him and killed him. We use their feathers for our paintbrushes. They are especially useful in helping the young sprouts learn how to be precise and delicate. While you're up there, will you bring me some of their plumes? Sure. Yeah, no, exactly, Walker. I can't be the only person who thought that the prequel, Crisis Core, would be primarily about the Wu-Tai War. Instead, it's barely referenced, like it's there. Can't say it's absent. Listen, Zed is just the greatest character, Mr. You gotta understand. His great sword is so big, you don't even know. I will say this, though. Crisis Core is one of an extremely small number of games that I mute while I'm playing. Not because of the voice acting, not because of the music. It's because the combat-initiated, combat-resolved audio spam is crazy. Like, that's not all she says, the interface says. But I have those lines burned into my brain so hard. I haven't played that game since the lore run, which was almost 10 years ago. Yeah, ditto, Walker. How much of the auxiliary stuff of FF7 should you play? None of it. Unless you count the remakes. Those are different. But I honestly, legitimately recommend skipping all of it. Let me try to explain this. I have one monitor. So once upon a time... Oh, I keep missing this stupid gourd. Mr. Red needs it too. There we go. Yeah, I have one rather large monitor. So, once upon a time, there's this game that came out. It was called Final Fantasy VII. It was kind of a big success story for the company, but it also became kind of an anvil around their neck because this horrible loop started. But this is actually something that most successful people anywhere are familiar with. You become known for the thing you're successful at. That's your big thing. And that means that there's this constant pressure to do more with that big thing, which can lead to kind of a negative loop, a spiral even. Especially if you keep doing that big thing, or you keep feeling pressured to do the big thing. This is why Spider-Man is one of the most popular heroes in the world. Superheroes, I should say. This is why, you can't do a Batman story without the Joker. There's a lot of expressions of this in media, in fiction and media and popular culture. So FF7 became that for Square. Now, I should mention that I rather like FF7. I think it's actually an excellent game. But some people go a little bit overboard with it in both directions, because both the developers are like, oh man, but also the fans are like, oh man. To use an example of this, there's a story which I do not know if this is true, so treat this with an asterisk, that when the gentleman who was picking up a manual copy of FF12 for the first time actually asked the director to his face, please remake Final Fantasy VII. Please imagine for a moment the sheer level of disrespect involved in that interaction. Please try to picture how discouraging that would be for a moment. To have spent time and effort and work in putting out FF12, and then someone tells you, when you get the first copy of FF12, please remake this other game that's popular. Yeah, no, I have experienced a much smaller version of this exact same phenomenon, because there are certain people who constantly insist that I should go back to doing ruminations. By the way, as a fresh reminder, ruminations are never coming back. I always say that definitively to make sure that no one has any hope that they will ever return, because they will not. So, under the we're hemorrhaging money era, this is the post-Spirits Within era of Square, they were trying to do anything they could to make sure to solidify their finances, to make sure that they had a good input. So, between that and the fact that the PlayStation Portable was stupidly popular in Japan, it was natural they're like, oh, let's go ahead and make a bunch of FF7 side stuff. So we got Crisis Core, and we got Before Crisis, that was actually on the phones. God, what else did we get? We got Advent Children in that era. There was an anime thing they threw together, On the Way to a Smile. Or maybe that was the book. I forget. There was a bunch of stuff. They just tried to capitalize on FF7. They were in an emergency, so they broke the glass. This is one of the reasons why the upcoming FF7 collaboration in FF14 has me so worried. I understand. I get it. It still worries the crap out of me. Because all of that extra FF7 stuff I just mentioned, there is enjoyment to be had in it. And I'm phrasing that very carefully on purpose. But calling it actually good is much trickier. Most of them are more like good for what they are, or good for what they're going for. Good with asterisks. Because holy crap, they were just trying everything they could to make ends meet at that point in time, because their finances were mostly in the red. This is almost assuredly one of the reasons why they decided to go ahead and push 3 MMOs simultaneously, because they stupidly thought that would actually help their financial situation, rather than make it much worse. Come on. Oh, God. He, like, fell? Come on up, Pedalwing. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on. You can make it. He can't make it. He keeps getting beached. It's actually funny. Oh, I'm glad you're a tank, Mr. Red. And yeah, the most common thing that this tends to affect is actually people in the music industry. If Lune Ruth was here, she could probably tell you about this. Singers, songwriters, band members. What do people want? They want the popular song. Yeah, do your old stuff again. And they're like, but we're creative types. We want to do stuff that we're interested in. Yeah, but do the stuff you're known for. Okay. And you can see how extraordinarily frustrating that can be. Looks like you still need one more? Mr. Red, I think your drops are cursed here. I want to try branching out in a new genre, see what I can do with this. No. Go back to making your old stuff. Yeah, anybody who knows anything about music, and I'm sure most of you know way more about music than I do, know just how bad the music problem here gets. It doesn't help that a lot of the music labels really want to, make money. That's all they care about, obviously. So they try to push, hey, yeah, I want you to go redo this other old thing that you were doing. Well, okay. Well, see, that's different, Sean. You don't want BioWare to go back to the thing that they're popular for. You want BioWare to make a good game. There's a difference. Not that BioWare even exists anymore to fulfill this request, but point remaining. I'm gonna grab one more just in case one of these doesn't drop. Yeah, the creatives cave, because, capitalism. Because the coins say Mass Effect 5 will come out today. Hang on, where is the... I kind of lost track of it lately. I have so many gifts from my adorable nieces on my desk right now. Here we go. Got it. The coin says Mass Effect 5 will actually come out. Holy crap. What's my second favorite class? Jeez, that's tough. By pound for pound, it's probably Resto Druid. Specifically Resto Druid. But after that, I'd have to think about it. Give me a minute. Those birds would steal your head if it wasn't attached to your shoulders, especially if you're wearing a shiny hat. Right off your shoulders. She pauses for a moment as if picturing this, and then shudders and turns green.
I am ready.
Oh, you did it. I knew they had these rotten weed for brain scavengers. I know it's silly to be upset about things like a favorite spoon, but they took Jakku's life. I won't let them take anything else. You're the best. Is it done? Thanks. It won't bring Jakul back, but now they won't be hurting anyone else. Have you gathered the petalwing plumes I asked for? They're essential for lessons of the Yangahania. Thank you for bringing me these feathers. I'll use one of them to paint a special memorial for Jakul. The rest will go to the children. I suppose it falls to me now to teach them. The scroll you brought back was left by my mentor, but I didn't even have a chance to read it before it was stolen. He left directions to a cave behind a waterfall in the blooming lattice. I'm not sure what we'll find there, but I would appreciate it if you came along while I check it out. Will you meet me there? Okay, sure. That's a much trickier question, Sean. Hang on. Coin says no. Pragmata is, by all accounts, legit. I am glad that it's being well received, because branching out into new... Like, I admit I have a very biased personal reason for wanting this to succeed, but branching out into a new thing should be rewarded. I am... Like, I don't know, random example, if you start doing rewrites, right? No, I get it. I get it. I do. Nobody wants the new stuff. Well, I shouldn't say no, that's exaggerated. Less people want the new stuff. I overshot by like a foot. Okay. Can you believe this? There's a vision stone. It's incredible. I can't believe there's a whole cave back here, and Jakku left a whole stone for me. Jakku was killed before I could finish my training, but I would recognize his work anywhere. He must have painted the stone for me. The Rutani will catch on pretty soon that we're up here, and I won't be able to defend myself. Will you keep watch while I journey into the memory? Sure. I mean, yeah, Capcom's Capcom, so... Oh, alright. Oh, no! By the way, this whole phenomenon is why one of the most common marketing stints you'll ever see, and I'm sure everyone in chat has seen it 100 times, is from the makers of blah blah blah. Right? From the director of such and such, from the producer of this thing, from the writer who brought you blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly. Remember this good thing that's popular? Please try this new thing. I don't even blame the marketers for that one. It's just a way to try and push past that don't want to try something new mentality. From the second assistant grip on Star Wars A New Hope comes Eternal-esque. When eternity is all you have left, sometimes the darkest days can become a petalwing. I'm sorry, Mr. Red. I'm sorry. That's great. That's... wow. Yeah, you see why nowadays I just kind of de-engage from that kind of an audience entirely. Like, I've seen a couple of... It's very rare, but occasionally on my stream, usually a tourist will pop up and say something like that, and I just don't respond. Because there is no response to that kind of a person. Thank you so much, Lorena. You gave me a way to say goodbye to my mentor. Now that I've seen what he wanted me to, I can continue my training. It means so much that Jakku left this here for me. I miss him, but I will honor his memory.
You won't find me.
Bye. I mean, yeah, pretty much, Sean. That's why, too, Frozen was popular. You know what really irritates me? Popular things aren't bad. I speak of them as though they're bad because popularity kind of ruins fiction. I know that sounds strange, but you know what I mean, right? Popularity... I can prove this. I can prove this objectively. Popularity, by definition, promotes stagnation. If something is popular, then what it does is it self-propagates. So you want more of that thing, more of the thing that everyone loves and wants. You want it for financial reasons, you want it for personal reasons. The creative types are forced to do it because of both of the aforementioned forces, and then we just kind of keep saying the same stuff over and over again, right? It is the death of creativity. Now, thank God human beings as an aggregate are actually really creative types in general, so a whole lot of people really push to constantly make new, interesting, fun stuff. So we do still see good, interesting, new, fun stuff. I don't want to be all doomy here. But you can see how popularity can be a damaging thing. And to use a specific example of both making my point and showing an exception to it at the same time, Star Wars and Andor. Star Wars is super duper popular, of course. Admittedly, that's tripped a little bit lately. But, you know, Star Wars is still Star Wars. It's a house name, right? I bet you 90% of the human beings on planet Earth have heard of Star Wars. But that doesn't mean that creative types can't do something interesting, fun, and new with it. Andor, right? Andor is just one example. You could probably think of several other examples yourself, both old and new.
Yes.
One second. Have I given a music positive? No, I have not. Let's give a music positive to this place. I think, hang on, let me double check my spreadsheet. Oh, nope, I already gave it. It's right there. I'll buy it. Might give a second one. I don't know. This is good. What are we thinking? And yeah, the reason I bring that up too is popular can be good, bad, or in between. It doesn't matter, right? Like, let me use another specific example. We just talked about Frozen. I actually think Frozen's a pretty good film. In fact, I think Frozen is a great film. I don't think it needed a sequel or a franchise. You notice they're making a Frozen 3 now, by the way. But I do think Frozen's a great film. It also is popular. These are two completely detached data points. So, this is Urellen. What are you doing here? Harmara was not built on friendship, but on necessity. The Haranir, the Rutani, the Fungarians, they don't care for one another, but endless bloodshed serves no purpose but to empty the land. So we built something fragile, a place where peace will hold, if only just here. I am no warrior, nor leader. Those days are behind me. I still have my hands and time, and a place amongst my people. A meal shared in peace can be as powerful as a blade drawn in wood. So I gather, I cook, I give what I can. It is enough.
I will watch for you. Your path leads here.
Age has caught up with me this morning, and I have pulled something. Oh, man! Hashtag relatable! This game speaks to me! Still, our village meal must be prepared, otherwise it'll mean the loss of much more than just an empty stomach. If you would gather ingredients for me, your aid would not go unappreciated.
Wild guide you.
This meal is more than tradition, it is a promise. The Haranir, Rutani, and Fungarians share no love, but in Harmara they share a table. To honor that pact, each must be fed in their own way. That's what the meal means. For the Rutani, we need nutrient-rich soil as they draw sustenance from the roots.
Return, if you must.
The Fungarians are caretakers of decay, transforming death into life's renewal. They require a spore glider carcass to maintain their vast community. There is one, larger than most, that is taken to warding off the root drifters we need to sustain our village. Its end will feed many and ease our burden. Balance in more ways than one.
Wild guide you.
I mean, the thing is, I'm going to go ahead and be antithetical to my exact point I just made. I actually liked Frozen 2. I don't think it was as good. I don't think it needed to exist. I think they would have been better served to try and make something else totally unrelated. But Frozen 2 is still a good film. The thing I liked most about it is not actually the plot or the songs or indeed anything else, because they kind of screw up the characters too. It is the world building. In fact, in my opinion, the best aspects of Frozen 2 were the new aspects. Going more in depth into the history of the area, why the country I can't think of the name of is as prosperous as it was, what their grandfather was doing back in the day in order to secure that prosperity, how the elements worked and how they interacted with the people, etc., etc., etc. It's all new stuff. That worked. Meanwhile, the talking snowman's doing a song. Arendelle, thank you. And Tangled is actually an interesting example of, again, making my point for me, Ross. Because Tangled got a show, and that show is good. And we probably... I don't know how to phrase it. We probably shouldn't have gotten that show, for lack of a better way to put it. Tangled was not super popular, but it still got a show, and that show was good, and I am rather fond of the fact that we got that. For all my issues with that show, thank God it exists, right? I'll go get some fish next, I suppose. Gosh. That's an interesting creative question. What direct sequels do I think are really good? Yeah, exactly, Ross. I mean, you know my biggest complaint about that show. Which is funny, because it is almost identical to my She-Ra complaint. Another interesting show, by the way. Sorry. There was a random comment someone made that Lore Runner only watches kids' shows nowadays. He doesn't watch serious television. I was actually immediately reminded of a scene in She-Ra. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's the cult induction scene in Season 5, if you happen to remember that scene. And I remember, like I just suddenly pictured that scene playing with giant letters played over it. Kids' show! No, Season 5 of She-Ra is not for kids. No, I do, Ross. There was clearly something going on behind the scenes in both cases. And in both cases, it's frustrating because both characters are great characters, except when they're being really irritating. Aliens, that is a good one. I agree, off the deeper end. I also prefer Aliens over Alien, although I agree that both are very good films. Could kids watch it? I'd let my nieces watch that. It's not my call, but I would. If if their parents came to me and were like, hey, I'd be like, yeah, Lore Runner approved. Stamp. Let's see. So we've got Aliens. Several Star Trek films would qualify, and several Star Wars films would qualify. So let's just say Star Trek and Star Wars, and then move on from there. Back to the Future, 2 and 3. Wind Waker. I know it's a game, not a movie, but still. Yeah, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, you are quite correct. Honestly, you know what? Tears of the Kingdom. while we're on the subject. Speaking of popular, Tears of the Kingdom didn't move nearly as many waves as Breath did, but I'm sorry, is just kind of a better game top to bottom. That's everything. Yeah, Breath was a console mover. Tears was a Zelda game.
My claws are ready.
1 second. Hang on, where are we? Armara. Indirect sequels are different. Give me 1 sec.
You may speak.
The fire is ready, but my back disagrees. If you have hands to spare, I'd appreciate the help.
Path leads here.
Excellent. Even an old cook can work wonders with good hand beside him. I hope you brought news of good soil. Ah, good. The Rutani will accept this without complaint. Peace rests on gestures such as these. Should bring the rind. Sure. The carcass breathes new sustenance into the Fungarians, and the peace we uphold. Now comes the true work, preparing what's been gathered. The vegetables must be washed, the bones removed, the fish roasted. A shared meal is only worthy if made with care. Only then may the meal carry the weight of peace. I will continue with preparations here. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and cook this over the fire. There we go. Get some fish going. Oh no! Beetles! Beetles now! No! So there's actually a lot of good indirect sequels too. Obviously, Majora's Mask qualifies as a good indirect sequel. And I'll talk about the Zelda thing in a second. Don't let me forget. Oh my god, Mr. Ed, you're fired. Trying to think. Dark Knight, yeah, actually. The second Nolan Batman film. Just to be very clear about that. Resident Evil 4, yeah, I agree with that completely. Speaking of which, Resident Evil 2 for direct sequel. Well, separate. Mass Effect 2, I guess Mass Effect 2 is an indirect sequel, isn't it? That's weird to think about, but you're right. Terminator 2, yeah. Sorry, let me answer Loke's question. So what are my reasons for why the official timeline doesn't work? It's because it's dumb! Okay, there we go. Now that I've made everyone stop listening to me. The... Dragon Quest Builders 2, actually, yeah. And Link Between Worlds is another good example. You know, I like to use analogies to compare and contrast. The Final Fantasy series is the easiest way to explain this. FF1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 don't connect to each other. Any attempt to make them connect kind of doesn't really work. However, FF4 does connect to After Years. Badly, but it's there, and it is an actual sequel. FF7 connects to Before Crisis, Crisis Core, After Crisis, The Last Crisis. I can't even believe it's not Crisis, and I think something else. Oh yeah, and Advent Children. Crisis Boogaloo. Then you have FF13, which connects to 13.2 and 13.3, and 10, which connects to 10.2. All of these connect. All those make sense. But that doesn't make 10.2 connect to 7. To use a direct example of what I'm talking about. In other words... God damn it, Mr. Ed. In other words, several Zelda games noticeably and demonstrably connect to each other. I actually talked about this when we did the Zelda block 2 years ago now, I guess? God, it doesn't feel that long. It feels like last month. When we were talking about the Zelda games that do very obviously and overtly connect to each other. The most obvious ones is like, so it's Ocarina to Twilight's Princess, and then also Ocarina to Wind Waker, to Phantom Hourglass, to Spirit Tracks. Phantom Hourglass is kind of the indirect, but still, all of that bundle, that fits. That bundle is all fit together. But none of those games connect to anything else, right? Phantom Hourglass has nothing to do with Link to the Past, to put it into simple terms. Link to the Past has plenty to do with Link's Awakening, the Oracle games, Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Link Between Worlds, right? Breath connects to tears and nothing else. Minish connects to Four Swords Adventures and nothing else, right? I actually have bandied about an argument that breath actually connects to tears and skyward, so forgive me on my misspoken there. But anyways, the point being, there's bundles, there's clusters of continuity, but the idea that there is a Zelda timeline which connects all the Zelda games is just nonsense. It is the exact same as saying that all the Final Fantasy games connect. No, they don't. All is ready. Let those who share in this meal remember that unity is not ease, it is effort. Ain't that the truth? It's a simple fare, but made with care and meaning. Please take it to the gathering. I'm sure the villagers will show up when the food comes. Despite the simplicity, if it brings quiet, it has done its part. I'll meet you at the meal location. Oh, I gotta grab the food touch. You're just shoved into a crate. Oh my god, look at this. It's got like bones and fish. Should those be next to each other in there? I'm sure it's fine. Wah! So let's go ahead and lay out some nutrient dirt here. Some ribs. There we go. Get some of this for the Harmaros. There we go. There you go. There you go. Eat up, guys. Eat up. Rubs on.
You may speak.
You have done more than fill bowls. You have upheld something fragile and vital. The peace of Harmaro, we thank you.
Fear the dark.
You're welcome. Nice, simple, low-key quest. And yeah, you'll notice there's one common theme here, overwhelmingly. In Eversong, it was a lot about the elves and how they're coping. In Zulamon, it was all about how, you know, the Amani are on the verge of extinction and need to be lifted up from the floor. This zone is almost entirely cultural. Almost every quest chain has to do with their history, their people, their society, their art, how they connect with people as a community, right? It's all culture. And I think that's one of the things that Harandar does better than any of the other zones, honestly, in this particular expansion. Probably. A lot of this was probably written, or at least sketched out, back in War Within. Let's put these down there. Do I have the Dust Lord? I believe I do. I'll have to check, though.
Go now, please.
Yeah, right there. Although, speaking of which, actually, I need to switch my title. Thank you for reminding me. We are forevermore Teacher of Strong.
You are strange to me.
It was good to see you again. Orowena told me you might be able to help me with something. A group of Rutani were due to arrive here earlier today, but they're late. They're coming up the Blooming Terrace with my mentor, Rugar, and I'm worried they've had trouble on the road. Will you scout the road from here to the terrace? I'll come up from there. We can meet on the way, if we find nothing.
Go now, please.
Okay. But there's one other quest I want to grab real quick. Ah, right. So I had a thought, and then I realized maybe I shouldn't say it out loud, Ross. But there are modern events that could form a new Magneto, is how I'm going to phrase that. And if they wanted to make a Magneto who was someone who was not a victim of the Holocaust, but a victim of something similar in modern times, they are unfortunately spoiled for choice. And that's what I was going to say about that. Lord Runner, I was the root warden of Teldrassil. Oh, I'm sorry. For years I watched the roots here below the surface, but I was not aware of what was threatening the tree outside of Harandar. For just as long I have regretted that failure, but we cannot change the past. I wonder, however, if roots so great may still have life within them. Might there be something we could still be done? I don't know, but I do hope. Will you join me at the Shrine of the Ages?
Nature guide you.
Sure. That's not hopeless. Probably, Mr. Red. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Yeah, Frank Castle could fit as a vet of several incidents other than the Vietnam War, and it would still fit. Also, can we not kill his wife and child? Like, is that a thing we can do? No, no! We need to find out what happened here. Okay, hang on, hang on. It's an empty seed sack. Okay. The Fungarian has succumbed to wounds that riddle their body. Sense of decay and mildew are there.
You are strange to me.
Rugar gave his life, but it was not enough to win this battle. There's Rugar, by the way. He was a formidable warrior, but with enough numbers, even he could be taken down. It's clear the Fungarians were behind his death, as well as the theft of the thieves. Humph. Wait, I'm sorry, who was Rugar? He was a warrior, famed hunter and mentor. Taught me everything I know. He was the best among us until age set into his bones. Lately, he has been focused on his god. He was working with the Rutani on a new strain of, I actually lost my train of thought there. A new strain of Tlatak. Oh god, how do you say TL? Tlatak? A delicious root vegetable which has a slow-growing cycle. Rugar insisted he could shorten the cycle while increasing crop yield. Now, I'll never know if he was right.
Go now, please.
Alright, let's go. Let's go to the fungal cleft. Speaking of which, does that answer your question, though, about Zelda? Hopefully I've done at least a sufficient job of portraying my perspective. I hope you liked it, Kenexcow. I will admit I have no personal interest in it, but it has apparently been selling extremely well.
Friend of the Grummles.
That's part of why the whole popularity thing has been on my mind. Spider-Man is stupid popular, and therefore tends to avoid trends.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
You are strange to
Welcome to the Cleft. Those local Fungarians here are more volatile than those of Harmara. They have no concept of balance and strive to spread their spores far and wide, overcrowding the nearby Rutani, threatening to spill into the rest of Harandar. Captured Rutani must be in the settlement. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Red. Over the hill north of here is a Fungarian village, Fungal Cleft. I believe the missing Rutani have been taken there. The fate that awaits them is a brutal one. If we do not get them back quickly, usually Fungarians favor hosts that are already dead for their reproductive purposes. The ones here are strangely vicious, however. I've seen mushroom-covered animals and Rutani still moving around. It's unnatural. Go to the cleft, see if you can rescue them.
go now, please. You are
What a mess. The sack you found was supposed to be filled with seeds. An important cultivation project Rugar was working on. It appears they made off with the seeds when they captured the Rutani. While you're there, look for the seeds that were stolen. Yeah, this is a good example of what I mean. This is mostly a culture quest. These are evil mushrooms. Why? That's not because they want power or knowledge or whatever. It's because they are sufficiently diseased that they want to grow spores in living people, which is considered a taboo amongst the Fungarians. And obviously no one else around here is particularly fond of that being a thing. It's, you know, horrific. This is why Evo likes mushrooms so much. She went up here and she came back like, you know, have you tried these spores? Oh my god. Thank you very, very much, Sean. I do appreciate you. If you give me a second. Let's see. So that's going towards... Oh, right. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Yes, yes. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Let me double check something on that really quick. That's the beat 'em up, right? Yep, no, that's the one. Yep. Excellent. I'm looking forward to that. I mean, you're always welcome here, Mr. Ed, and I'm just happy that you're enjoying the game, which is a valuable thing to me. I would say overall you are probably not changing the tempo of questing, if that makes sense. Good or bad. This is midnight. It is extremely rare that there's a detriment to grouping up in midnight. As we've already talked about, if anything, it's bad to not group up in midnight, which is problematic. Awesome. Well, thank you again, Sean. So Ross asked if I could snap one to retroactively remove the MCU or the DCEU. Which would I do? I assume this is one of those you have to pick one questions. In other words, least detriment, right? If so, unfortunately, I can pick immediately. I don't even have to put additional thought into it. I'd get rid of the MCU. But don't mistake me, I actually really like the MCU. I did an entire video series on the MCU up to and through Endgame. I think that they are some of the best superhero films we have ever had in the MCU. But there's just no contest there between that and the DCAU. The DCAU is bonkers, right? Even just pound for pound, even if I'm just considering it from a quality perspective, I would still keep the DCAU. Yeah. Where do you start with the DCAU? So, that's actually an interesting question because it is all over the place because it was never intended to be a cohesive continuity thing. Just like the MCU, by the way. But the most common answer to that is to start at the beginning, which is Batman the Animated Series. Fortunately, that is really accessible and there's plenty of ways you can find that nowadays. Yeah, no kidding, Walker. Yeah, there's also Superman the Animated Series, which is generally considered to be another good starting spot. After that, it gets a little trickier, I'm not going to lie. There are guides. As you might imagine, there are guides for experiencing this stuff properly. But most people agree. Start with Batman or Superman. From then, you're probably going to move on to various versions of Justice League, Batman Beyond, the other Justice League show. I actually do wonder in the back of my mind if the animated, if the DCAU holds up as much as I think it does. Because I haven't actually rewatched much of it in quite a while. The Rotani you freed came this way. Good work.
Strange to me.
Ah.
Go now,
I
please.
can't bear to think of what the Fungarians will do to the seeds that Rugar's been carefully cultivating. He's been working with Rotani on plants that were more hardy and produce greater yield. His work should not be lost. Oh, you found so many. Thank you. Good work freeing the captured Rotani. With the seeds recovered, I can try to carry on Rugar's work. I did some scouting and gathering while you were keeping the Fungarians distracted, and could use your help with another task. Meet me at the cave northeast of here. Fingers crossed, Sean. I would not mind, to say the least. There are barriers in place, and at this point, I'm content to let that sit there as a maybe someday kind of a thing.
You are strange to me.
What's in that package? While you were busy, I was gathering the leaves of a medicinal plant that grows here. Rugar showed me what they looked like last time I saw him. They make a nice paste you can spread over wounds. It seems to cut down the healing time. Nice. One second. Come on, come on. There we go. This seems to be a safe location from which to plan our next moves. And one of the plants Rugar mentions to me grows in this area as well. He used to tell me how he'd sneak into the nearby cave to harvest glow shrooms. They seem to be integral to the development of the Klatak seeds he was cultivating. Will you collect some of the mushrooms? Oh, and he mentioned the mushrooms have strange properties. I don't know what he meant by that, but maybe stay on your toes.
Go now, please. You are strange.
I would ask one last thing of you. I've heard quite a few of the Fungarians mention their leader, Gumpusta. It seems he's behind the uptick in violence, and there's the reason they're stealing seeds. While you're there, take him out. Without him pulling the strings, the other Fungarians will be thrown into chaos. We won't be able to organize ambushes as well. While you're doing that, I will harvest more of the plants Rugar mentioned. They have medicinal properties that might prove useful. Okay. Yeah, if the MCU never existed, honestly, that's a bit of a sea change to fiction. Like that's huge. The MCU moved a lot of units, but also changed a lot of how cinema was made, good and bad. It changed a lot of what things were even accessible to which people. As was mentioned earlier in chat, it's entirely possible that we would never have had a Disney Star Wars without the MCU. Now, I know most people would say good, but that itself would be a fairly large change. Now, that's an interesting question. Would the MCU ever exist without the DCAU? Probably not. So, I have talked about this because I've covered the MCU. The MCU was not intended to exist originally. Instead, it was just a quick cross-promotion between the two films they were making at the time, The Incredible Hulk and Iron Man. And both of those films were kind of Hail Marys, because superhero films were in a bit of a slump. This was at the tail end of the silver era of superhero films. So they were just kind of like, whatever, and they wanted to cross-promote. The idea, assuredly, was at least in part bloomed by the existence of the DCAU. In other words, without that proven concept, they couldn't have talked to the executives and said, hey, we should string this all together. As a reminder, the DCAU was also not planned out. They did Superman, they did Batman, and someone's like, you know... Hey, Ben Smack. Thank you very, very much for the sub. I always appreciate you. And I suppose if you would like to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, then Warner Brothers tried to do the DCMU, I think is what they were calling that. They changed their minds on the acronym a few times. That didn't work. That was fast. Oh, the mushrooms didn't give you trouble. No, I got a warrior with me.
You are strange to me.
Rugar mentioned the glowshrooms help create a more robust harvest when they're mixed into the dirt he planted crops in. How he even figured that out, I'll never know. I'd like to carry on his work, since we're already here. We might as well gather what we can. Oh, you returned. There were so many glowshrooms. Excellent. I hope you didn't have anything strange happen. Thank you for collecting all these. It takes some time to reproduce Rugar's methods, but I hope we can continue his work.
Go now, please.
The Fungarians aren't always this violent and aggressive. Gampusta must be the force driving them. He seems to be the one infecting creatures with spores.
You are strange to
What's
me.
this? Rugar's notes on cultivation efforts. This is fantastic. I can reproduce his work now. Good work taking out Gampusta. May this help throw the Fungarians into disarray. Thank you. I will try to finish his work. Remember, you can pick 3 things, Ben Smack, but I will put that towards 007 First Light. Wait, seriously, Ross? I don't think I realized that, no. Because my own filming, my own theater going was weird at that point in history. Okay, we're actually doing pretty good. We might finish this zone today. That would make me very happy, honestly. Oh, nope, hang on. Nope, I'm wrong.
The roots at the shrine must be tended. Gather what you need.
Right, we gotta do a good quest first. Sorry, guys, I gotta do a good quest. My B. So yeah, here's some of the roots of Teldrassil, aka the burned tree.
By the roots.
What's been the most difficult about all of this? Oh, the silence. Teldrassil. Did I say Teldrassil? Jesus Christ. Teldrassil did not speak to me, but I heard her voice, like one hears nature. We are speaking now, but I hear the stalkers, the rippling of the stream. Teldrassil was like that, yet more so. Always woven into my thoughts, for many years, and then nothing. But worse than silence is knowing. The certainty that silence is all I will ever experience. It feels very much like being afraid, but fear about what could happen. What you hope does not happen. Teldrassil is gone, and I shall never... That knowing is a greater burden than I can express. How do you deal with your pain? Seeing such greatness consumed by fire was unspeakably painful, but the pain wasn't the hardest thing, and time has dulled its edge. The hardest part for me was the loss of my life's purpose. As a root warden, I knew what I lived for, what I was willing to die for. With Teldrassil gone, the void of purpose and meaning is a more difficult thing than I could have imagined. Helping the young at Harmara has become a greater focus for me, and that's helped me from being overwhelmed by grief. Agreed, Mook. Honestly, you remember we were talking about that follow-through expansion where we go back to all the zones? The Ashes of Teldrassil would be a hell of a zone to go to, right? Now, 1 second. Okay, so that's also going towards Chained Echoes and Dragon Quest 11. And meanwhile, there's Walker over there, who's putting that towards Jedi Survivor, which inches closer, Dispatch, and FF7 R2. Didn't you just... No, I'm on crack. Ignore me. Thank you again, Ben Smack, and thank you for being part of the show. Appreciate both of you. Oh. Okay.
Speak swiftly. For the goddess, how?
At this shrine I have been working together roots that seem to have the possibility of life within them. They are each greatly damaged, some more than others. My hope is some might recover, with enough time and enough care. In that way I honor the great tree's memory. For that to be possible, though, we have to keep them safe from the hazards of Harandar. Please be sure that nothing nearby threatens them.
Go then.
Okay. Kill everything. Now that is actually a valid point, Lorca. That is a very valid point. It might be better to just kind of push Teldrassil off into the corner. In fact, a possibility, something we could do there, unironically, is make it so that after, when we go back to Darkshore, Teldrassil has finished burning, right? There's no tree there, there's no husk, there's no dust, there's nothing. We do have Amirdrassil and Belemeth right over there, right? So the Night Elves don't need to go back. Maybe just have a line or two in dialogue mentioning it, otherwise don't even need to bring it up. That kind of a thing. So what's my one change game for FF11? Believe it or not, I have actually already answered that question. Does anyone remember that answer? Mr. Red? Oh, heck. Well, you see, Mr. It is quite a good expansion, Ben Smack. It certainly has its own issues, as I suppose everything does, but it's been pretty good. So, I gave two answers to this. One was fix the back end. And actually, technically, no, that's a lie. Fix the front end. Do you know how I signed up for FF11? Without hyperbole, it took me about 2 hours with a guide to get FF11 up, installed, running, get my subscription going, get the account set up, etc. That is not a joke or an exaggeration. It literally required a walkthrough to start playing. Anybody who's played FF11 understands what I'm talking about. But the thing is, that's kind of a cheat, right? Because that's outside of the game. So, What's my change for inside the game? Well, I've got an answer for that too. We could do this as gradient or as binary as we want, but the idea is that there's this key item you can procure that acts as every other unlocking item in the game, or every other unlocking item for a given expansion. And you can walk up to an NPC who is part of the thing and says, hey, would you like to get this key item? It will open every lock, every door, and allow you to interact with every quest interaction in this expansion. You say yes, it gives you the key item. You never need a key again. The amount of arduous bullcrap this would get rid of is monumental. Do you know how many times we had to go do a quest to do a quest? All of that's gone. Do you know how many times that people like Mr. Red would drag me up to a door and be like, whoops, we can't open this door for you. You got to go do the key for this door. And it's not always just a key, too. Sometimes it's just you need this specific item to be able to interact with this thing, or you need to have this item to act as a quest, because that's how they do their triggers on their scripting. Bingo, Ross. That one change is a colossal time removal of time syncness. I can English talk. This one change would remove a huge amount of time syncing. There. Look, I'm tired, okay? So, if I had to judge which race in Azeroth are doing best for themselves now, as of midnight, let me chew on that.
I am not eternal. What do the roots bring me?
Thank you for helping me protect what may still live of Teldrassil. This may be all that... It may be nothing but remain... Bleh, it may be that nothing remains. Some of these roots still smolder. Yet I vowed to serve as Root Warden, and I will not fail a second time. If there's any hope, I choose each day to believe that there may be hope, that Teldrassil may bloom again. Though I may only be preserving her memory.
Walk without fear.
I'm sorry, did you just call Teldrassil her? It may be odd, but Teldrassil was everything to me, and since the burning I've been haunted by her loss. When your life is dedicated towards one thing, especially something as great and full of life as Teldrassil, it does not seem like a sufficient word. What do you hope to achieve with these roots? Everything possible, whatever that might be. Perhaps some of the roots can be saved. Perhaps roots can grow again into a great tree. Such a tree might retain some essence of what I dedicated my life to. Perhaps nothing, except the freedom to die that one day I know I tried all that I could.
You're a strange
Jesus Christ. If we ever hope to see new growth, Teldrassil's roots need a great deal of special attention. The source of this stream is one of the great roots. The water carries ash, which I believe still contains the tree's essence. The stalkers in the stream carry a mixture of that ash and slime and their tendrils. Very potent. Bring me as much as you can carry, and I will combine it with the reagents you've gathered. Then we'll be able to apply it to the roots.
We have much to do.
Well, let's go do the very thing we were just doing. This is my fault. I should have picked up on this. My hope is we may be able to restore some life to the roots, because some days, hope is all we have. Baby game for babies. So, which race is doing best for themselves? Let's think about this. Let's go down. Let's limit ourselves to the playables for a second. Yeah, it's because they're stupid, Mr. Red. So let me actually pull up a list so I don't miss any. Let me just do this. Pull this over here. And then go attack this guy. Playable races. Here we go. Okay. So we have a couple. Humans, dwarves. Okay, so humans are doing fine right now. The peace has been good to them, and there's a reason they've been reclaiming Stromgarde. And Stormwind. Congrats. Kira White Noise, I think that is. Yes. Congrats, Kira White Noise. They've been doing good. The dwarves. We haven't really seen anything with the dwarves. I mean, we had Moira. But, like, otherwise, they haven't been any movements of them as a people. I'm sure they're fine. There's nothing really problematic for them, so we'll call them a neutral. They're fine. Yeah, we had the reunification, and then that's kind of it. The Night Elves are doing okay for the first time in a long time, but that's still them recovering from stuff that's really bad. I would say the Night Elves are in a negative state. They're recovering, but they're still in a negative state, right? I mean, Belemeth was a really big movement in the right direction, as well as Amir Dracel. I think you're right, Mr. Red, I do. And at this point, that's just alien to me, and I kind of don't care anymore. Exactly, Monobred. Yeah, the elves have had issues. All the elves. Speaking of which, next is gnomes. So I've actually mentioned this before. We don't have jack for the gnomes. I'm going to call them non-applicable. Not neutral, good, or bad. They are unwritten. So, no joy for the elves. Or, sorry, the gnomes. Draenei? Draenei are kind of in a weird spot, too. Yeah, that was back in BFA, though, Monobred. The Draenei Heritage Quest certainly shows that they're trying to develop a little bit. Okay, we're good then. Excellent. And the Draenei are obviously well connected to a lot of the races, so they're kind of on an upswing, which is good, because if you remember, Legion was kind of a punch in the teeth for the Draenei. And a lot of people, admittedly, but whatever.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly. The decline of the Draenei has stopped. Good thing. But similar to the Night Elves, it's more like they're starting to turn it around. So I would say the Draenei are still at a negative and starting to recover.
Do the roots bring me? Speak.
I see smoke rising up from Harmara. The roots are on fire, not here, but beneath the remnants of the tree. I've seen this happen many times, but we must respond with haste. To the skies!
Serve this world well.
Let's do it. Please, hurry. There's nothing more important to me than keeping those flames at bay. I mean, Gilneas itself is actually doing... I feel like I'm repeating myself. Gilneas has been on a back foot, but are in the process of recovering. They have reclaimed Gilneas, right? They have made peace with the Forsaken. They have resources and the time to actually be able to recover a bit, etc., etc. Let's see, who's next? Draenei, Worgen, that's everyone. Okay, so then Orcs. I feel like I'm missing a button. Yeah, the Orcs are fine. The Orcs really took it in the pants. Thanks to Garrosh. Thanks, Garrosh. But they kind of haven't really done anything since then. Yeah, the Orcs are learning. As usual, a lot of these races haven't received any real storytelling since their Heritage Quest. Now, the Heritage Quests are relatively recent, but that's still one quest chain, right? And yeah, Garrosh, coincidentally, got rid of most of the worst of the Orcs. So I think we're just going to put the Orcs in... We need a name for this group. The we're doing bad, but we're recovering now group, right? Because we've already got several races in that group. That's true, actually, Monobred. That's actually a very valid point. I forgot about Hammerfall. The Wounded. I like it. So yeah, we'll put the Orcs amongst the Wounded. The Forsaken? Oh, ho, ho. Ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, moving on.
How am I tested?
Lowrunner, the smell of smoke fills me with the same dread I felt on that terrible day. There's much heat still trapped in the largest roots, and the right circumstances, the burning begins anew. This is based on a real-life phenomenon, by the way. If we have any hope of seeing the roots restored one day, we have to be vigilant against even small fires. At best, they undo our work, but at worst, they could continue to consume what remains.
On your way.
Do you blame yourself for what happened to Teldrassil? How could I not? I was Root Warden. Teldrassil was mine to watch over, my responsibility. I've told myself countless times I couldn't be expected to know the threat of the Roots. That no one knew or expected what happened. That no one could have predicted that the Banished One was a terrible writer. But I also, as Root Warden, was to devote myself to Teldrassil entirely. The tree should not have burned while I had breath. Where were you when Teldrassil was attacked? I was at the den with the other Root Wardens when... She pauses before continuing. Others saw the smoke and sent for me. The only light at Harmara was from the burning roots above. They were the last to catch fire. The tree was already gone.
You're a strange one.
Thank you for tending those fires. While you were gone, I've used that sludge to make a salve. Help me spread it over the roots. It may take years to see a difference, if we ever do. But though I failed, I made oaths to her, and I can still choose to keep them. I will never stop doing what I can to help her perhaps grow again. If I do not succeed, the next Root Warden may be the one that may be the one too, and maybe the one who comes after that. Even so, I will not stop trying.
Go then.
I do not know what losses you have experienced, or what pain you carry.
I do not know if the roots will ever flourish, but we do not need certainty, only hope.
Well, it doesn't... BFA made everyone evil assholes, though. So I don't disagree with you, but I kind of don't count that from an in-universe perspective, because that was just a mess of nonsense. Being Root Warden was the proudest part of my life, my greatest joy. I'll always wish I'd known the threat to Teldrassil and act differently. That was the last one. I'm missing one. There it is. But I'll never give up hope that through my work we'll be restored one day.
By the roots, I am not.
Thank you for your help. Because of you, I was able to keep my routines, even with the fires. Perhaps one day we might see a sprout, even if it takes years. I should be ever ready to resume my duties as Root Warden, should hope bloom.
We have much to do.
I cannot know if any of this may lead to the growth I hope for, or if any part of Teldrassil is still alive, or could ever be again. But today you've helped me to keep my hope alive, and that in itself is meaningful. I remain grateful for your help. I will continue my daily work here to see what may be possible. Jesus Christ. Plus a frickin' story and gameplay. Baby quest for babies! Some people remember, because I talked about this when it was new, that Sylvanas as war chief during Legion made sense under the presumption that they went a specific direction with it. Spoilers, they didn't. Just smear some egg on there. There we go. Vol'jin was a good war chief. It's a shame that Blizzard didn't seem to recognize that. The 3 riders that were left at that point.
Bitter bloom flowered overnight in Haranor. Burn it before...
When we were doing the Legion remix, I was reminded once again of how much Sylvanas' arc wasn't planned at all. If you pay attention to the nitty-gritty details in a lot of the cutscenes and a lot of the storytelling there, it's very clear that they had not yet decided that Sylvanas was the villain yet. Keep in mind that the main story arc of BFA was originally supposed to be Sylvanas as the villain. If I ever needed proof of how much they were just making stuff up on the fly, that's it right there.
What is it?
We've had victories against the Light Bloom, but alm dust is rare. Until we can gather more, the Light Bloom continues to spread. Our forces are stretched too thin to watch their every movement. A scout spotted a strange corpse by the road to the east, along with a report of a general disturbance. I can't do both. Could you find the corpse while I investigate into the encroaching bloom?
Farewell, then.
Sure. Why not? Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. 100%. All of the foreshadowing and storytelling is there for them to do a character arc for Sylvanas. And then they didn't. Christ, people.
Yes?
Fungara village has been silent for some time now. We've largely been occupied with the Light Bloom and the threat it presents, so we haven't had time to check in on the Fungarians. Usually they're rowdy, yet manageable. But it's rare they go completely silent. I'm going to investigate. If you wish to prove yourself an ally, you'll do well to join me.
I will watch for you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, some of you probably don't remember this, but for those of you who do, the big selling point of Dragonflight, of what I call Modern WoW, was, don't worry, we actually have a plan this time. For the first time in WoW's history, they have planned, and they have actually been conducive towards that. Dragonflight, War Within, and Midnight now have proven that they do actually have a plan, and they are following through on it. Holy crap. But we didn't know that, right? We had to take it on faith. I don't blame people like Bregman who are like, yeah, surely you do. These potatoed creatures are seldom seen near the Light Bloom. They're covered in spores. Well, let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. I mean, pretty much, yeah. But... So, back to the races for a second. Let's see. So far, let's look at this. Who's our top right now? I guess that would be the humans. Because the dwarves are fine, the night elves are in the negative, the gnomes don't exist. The Draenei are in the wounded, the Worgen are in the wounded, the orcs are in the wounded. The Forsaken... Can I share a thought about the Forsaken? Is that okay? Do you mind? I mean, I'm with you, Mr. You remember, I didn't play Dragonflight at launch. And when I was going through the vanilla MSQ, I was pretty hesitant. Like, okay, no streamer thoughts. I'll be like those one streamers, you know, the ones where you just kind of like, you just look bored. A lot of cleavage going on, you know. Reximus recently shared me a video clip of a woman streaming Final Fantasy XIV. She was lounging, bored, had her... She was showing so much of her shirt, it was actually ridiculous. Not her shirt, sorry, her chest. It was ridiculous. She wasn't doing the push-up bra. I'll give her that. And yeah, just doing this. She was just doing this. She was just straight up mashing the buttons. Can you see this? Yeah, you can. So you see in my lower left here? She was doing like this. This was how she was playing right here. Everything about that was just... Why?
Yes?
This herd has seized recently. The signs you discovered make that clear. This encroachment is pressing into untainted lands, and the herd can be depleted beyond recovery. I appreciate your help, but there's more that must be done.
Roots guide you home.
The Light Bloom has infected many of the potatoes and spurred them into a frenzy. They spread the spores and reproduce at a dangerous rate. If we don't act, they'll be overrun. Will you cull while I look for the source?
Farewell, then.
It's too late for the adults, but the young may still be saved. If you capture them, we can remove the spores before they take root. Gather up the spore-covered potatoes and bring them to me. I will take them to Haranalor to purge the Light Bloom. Do not let their first breath be their last. Please, save the children. Okay. Done. Saving kids? Done. Quest accepted. Let's go. All right, let me murder some things really quick here. So I would find it interesting if the Forsaken become kind of in a similar slot, but a different expression of the Protoss. In other words, with time and effort and research, they reach a point where they are sustainable. They don't grow. Nobody wants to be an undead, right? but they just kind of sit there. There's actually a term for that, I forget what it's called, but it's essentially what the Draenei are at right now in Warcraft, and what the Protoss have been at for a lot of their history. They don't really have new children, they don't really reproduce, but they kind of live forever. Is that a stagnant population? You might know, I don't know. No, Sean, no! Why would you do this? Hello, Evo. I would love to know your thoughts on the thought I just had. Unfortunately, you hate me. But I think that would be a cool direction to take it, because, hear me out for a second. As a writer, you don't want to get rid of the Forsaken. They're too interesting. There's too much cool, interesting stuff you can do with the Forsaken, right? You don't want to just throw them out the window. But realistically speaking, there really is no way for them to be a continuing spreading population. They have to have a static population. And yeah, apparently static is the term. Thank you, Kira White Noise, for that. So we want to keep the Forsaken around, but we don't want them to spread. So my idea, Evo, is to turn them into the Protoss, which I know doesn't mean anything to you. It means that they're static. It means that their population isn't going away, that they are not aging. Right? That they are no longer... They can't make any new Forsaken, but they're just going to stay there forever. So the only deaths of Forsaken, the only way the population goes down, is if one of them is actively killed. And that way we could keep the Forsaken around. They could have their own unique culture. It's cool. There's some writing stuff. Blah, blah, blah. You get it. The shame to destroy the creatures of Harandar, but sometimes it must be done to protect the land. Okay, I've discovered the lair of a cunning creature I call Aldzikel. With luck, this name will soon be forgotten. I've already forgotten it now! Aldzikel sneaks into the potato nest to steal their young, plants the light bloom spores, and then leaves. For the little ones to have a chance, I must return to Haranalor, but you have earned the right to slay this beast. Go with honor.
Farewell then.
Aw, look at the little potatoes. Look at them. Look at them. Oh my god, look at them. Look at them. Actually, yeah, kind of like Warforged. That's a good way to put that. I would also probably change the name of the Forsaken. If there's one thing Warcraft is big on, it's progressivism. AKA not the opposite of traditionalism, right? So, at some point, they would probably rename the Forsaken, like in lore. Especially since they probably want to distance themselves from the person who gave them that title. Anyways. Okay, so, where were we? So we're at the Undead, so they're in a unique place. I would still say the Forsaken are at a negative. Not only do they have a non-sustainable population, they have only just started reaching out to the nearby powers and having some kind of stable political interactions, right? Like, there's pretty negative. They might also qualify as one of the wounded, but they're like the worst off of the wounded. That leaves us with the Tauren. The Tauren are actually fine, but once again, one of those barely written races, that's whatever. The Trolls, interestingly enough, are actually doing really well. Now, we'll specifically home in on the Dark Spear Trolls, because duh. But the Dark Spear Trolls are, like, well-connected, well-associated. They've got their lands back. They've had their lands for a while. Yeah, exactly, Lord Paramount. We've gotten plenty of troll lore that continues to emphasize that the trolls are doing cool. Like, yeah, I think the Darkspear are one of our first, our second truly positive race alongside the humans. The Blood Elves, now that's a funny one. So the Blood Elves are probably the most recovered of the wounded. And I say that despite the fact that they are currently under siege now in the current expansion. But it's still true. They were able to recover the Dead Scar. They were able to rebuild Silvermoon. They have been able to pull themselves back from, I forget what it's called, but they were at an extinction level, right? Yeah, no, that's exactly Lord Haremont. So it's like, Either way, I think the Blood Elves still qualify as one of the wounded. Definitely, took it in the face, but are definitely still recovering from it. Yeah, they're like on their way out of wounded status. The goblins are fine. In fact, I think the goblins contest the trolls and the humans. I mean that. The goblins are doing great. Oh my god, that shared. Well, thank you, Mr. Red. Not only did they finally get rid of Galliwix, or not Galliwix, no, yeah, I'm right, Galliwix. They finally got rid of Galliwix, but there's been like an unprecedented amount of effort to restore the goblins and their connection with their connections, their trade ties, their diplomatic interactions. Nobody can deal with them anymore. Undermine is actually kind of cool for the first time in a long time. Like, they probably still technically qualify as wounded, but they're definitely on their way out of that. Even more so than the Blood Elves. So the goblins are doing cool. Then we have the Pandaren. So the Pandaren are weird ones, because they're just kind of the same as they always have been. They're fine. They're cool. Moving on. The Drakthir, unfortunately, haven't really had anything since Dragonflight. We know the Drakthir are still trying to find their places in the world. We know that the dragons in general are doing great. Ever since the events of Dragonflight, we've pretty much made peace with most of the Dragonflights, and therefore the Drakthir themselves also have a seat at the table. So they're fine. Let's scooch down to allied races real quick. The Void Elves are doing terribly, especially now. The Lightforged, ironically, are also doing terribly, especially now. We'll see more of that when we finally get back to the MSQ. The Dark Iron are doing cool. They're doing cool pretty much for the same reason the Dwarves are. Kultirans are fine. We haven't seen anything about them from BFA. The Mechanomes don't exist. The High Mountain Tartan don't exist. The Magkar don't exist. The Zandalari are... I would say the Zandalari are technically part of the Wounded, in that they were a stagnant empire, and now they have been given a balm of being connected to the Horde. And that has reconnected them with the world as a whole, and now they're being able to pull themselves out from fallen empire status. So they're actually doing pretty good, but they're technically, again, part of the Wounded. The Volpera don't exist. The Earthen, Yeah, exactly. Talanji has been a definite thumbs up for the Zandalari as a whole. So the Earthen are fascinating. The Earthen are probably in the biggest era of prosperity they have ever had in the history of their species. I mean that. They have been on the back foot or nothing for most of their existence. However, now things are turning around. After the events of War Within, things are really going their way, and they're like about to enter the golden era of the Earthen, or have already entered it, depending on how you define that. And then we have the Haranir. The Haranir are way too survivalist and still dealing with everyday problems to really qualify as doing well. I would actually go so far as to say that the Haranir might be the most actively undergun of the races that are not named Void Elf or Lightforged. The Haranir also have a bunch of really dumb leaders, with one notable exception, one of which we fought as a dungeon boss. So of these, our candidates for doing best are, in no particular order, Earthen, Pandaren, Goblins, Trolls, Humans. Honestly, all of those are big picks. If you put a gun to my head, which you always do, I've been slowly building up a resistance to being shot in the face. I would probably put my money on either the Humans or the Trolls. One of those two. The Darkspear, specifically. Please stop hammering my face, Mr. Red.
What is it?
The light bloom is persistent, but so are you. Anhara's lands and creatures remain, thanks to your efforts. The young are being restored to their natural habitat, freed of the spores. All except this one. It's too small for the wild. This potadpole, oh my god, is grateful for your assistance after having been exposed to the light bloom. Aww. He's so cute.
Roots guide you home.
And yeah, we actually talked about this during the... I think it might have been the War Within stream. it's not an exaggeration to say that the Darkspear might actually be the single strongest and most well-established of all of the trolls in the world right now. Like, they were rescued from near extinction in Warcraft 3, and they have done nothing but turn that around ever since. Normally, I would refuse the intervention of an outsider without second thought, but given the situation, maybe you could be of help.
Watch over you. My claws.
When I sent a request for aid from Haranalor, I did not expect them to send an outsider. No matter. The denizens of Fungara have been quiet. Normally, I'd be thrilled. They're horribly screechy, but the way they're shambling, it's like they've forgotten that they yet live. I tried to get close, but they attacked on sight. I need samples of their flesh.
Fear the dark.
It's obvious something terrible has happened in this village. I can see the corpses of their largest specimens strewn across the southern reaches from here. Something's off about them, too. They don't just leave about the corpses of their kin. And though I am watching from afar, I swear I see them twitching. Investigate, find out what you can, and report back.
Return if you.
And yes, I got a pet there, which I'll immediately sell. Because I already have it. So these are called decanimated. Oh, absolutely, Moon. 100%. Yeah, decay, animated, you get it. You get it. Decanimated, maybe? Anyways, if we're to talk about it from a perspective of what you said earlier, Lord Hama, which is an entire species, then that's a little trickier. If we are to include the earthen, which I think we should, then I would probably go with the dwarves overall. Dwarves have been doing alright for a while now. They just haven't done much with them. And most of the dwarves we have seen, like I said, are kind of on the upswing. And yeah, the trolls are definitely in the recovering/good territory. Like, the Darkspear have been improved by the Horde. The Zandalari are starting to turn that around. The Amani just connected with us. So they're doing good. Well, that's a lie. They are doing better. Let's use correct terminology. They are no longer facing actual extinction. Let's put it out. The Night Elves? Well, again, I was asked about the whole species, so the Elves are recovering. In fact, I believe my first inclusion into the category of the wounded was the Elves. The Blood Elves are recovering. The Night Elves are recovering. This corpse just got up and started chewing on my face. That's my face. Hello? Rude. Yeah. Zuljara? Yeah, the Nightborn. Recovering, exactly. A lot of them are trading with each other, which is good. Trade is good. See, Mr. Red still needs a couple. And yeah, I like the idea that Liadrin and Zuljara might have accidentally into stopping the Troll Wars, possibly forever. Or at the very least, you know, preventing it from ever being what it used to be. You know how that goes, right? There's always going to be tensions, right? There's always going to be some kind of border skirmishes, but you'll never have, all right, we need to wipe out the other group kind of a thing again. Still need one. My goodness. Mr. Red, I'm going to need you to fix your drop rates here. Just reach into the game. There we go. Hi, Riplinger. Game. I sure hope so, Riplinger.
Yes?
What makes all this so strange? This may not seem odd to an outsider, but the difference in danger is unmistakable. I've watched the Fungarians for many years. Decay is their purview, it's true, but they usually devour with intention, with a mind towards the surroundings. They should know that expanding too much or too far, or devouring too much, means their doom as much as anyone else's. But these things, they're different. There's no light in their eyes, no measure to their hunger. It's as if they're possessed, made puppets by the notion of rot and decay itself. Harmony do not frighten easily, but this... We need to find the source, and soon. I do not know what's going on, but err on the side of caution. Do not let them bite you, huh? Whatever plagues them might be infectious.
You may speak.
God is forfend. This isn't Fungarian flesh at all. What are they?
Go now.
Yeah, by the way, I'm amused by the fact that the Harnier have probably never heard of the word undead.
Speak swiftly.
This is so much worse than I thought. We have to just find the source of this and destroy it before it infects something bigger and more dangerous than a Fungarian.
Guide you.
Whatever these things are, they're not Fungarians anymore. Haran Lenore has enough to worry about with the light bloom. I cannot be afforded to trap between those forces and these things. Do what must be done. Destroy as many of them as you can.
Return to your path.
As far as I can tell, the Fungarians are already dead. Something is animating their corpses from within, like puppets attached to unseen vines. This fungal matter that's infesting them must be coming from somewhere, and judging from the size of the ones further north, we'll find plenty of it. Find it and be rid of it, but for Anhara's sake, do not breathe it in.
I will watch for you.
It's okay, I got an undead right here. She's cool. She doesn't breathe anymore. I am intensely, in response to what Kira was just said, I am intensely curious what they're going to do with Sul'Jan in the upcoming zone. Because they're going to do something with him. Don't know what. But they're going to do something with it. Let's avoid that, Mr. Red. I've been pretty quiet about the pre-patch stuff. It exists. That's about all I've really said about that. I am admittedly frustrated because that means I can't talk about that until, you know, probably spring. Something like that is when we'll probably do patch night. I don't know, it depends on what their timetable looks like. That's a good point. You know, if they just used AI, they would be making content so much faster. Well, what's probably going to happen, Eva, so we've got our first major patch in about 2 weeks, right? We're probably going to have our second major patch somewhere around fall/winter. I would say November-ish, probably to coincide with BlizzCon, or maybe right after BlizzCon, one of the two. Then there's going to be a few follow-through patches, as there always are. At least one, possibly two, maybe three. And we will be doing patch night on the third and final of those patches. Is this sharing? It is. Good, good. Excellent. So yeah, it'll be a hot minute before we actually get back to the patch night stuff. And I am admittedly sad about that, but there's nothing I can do.
My claws are...
You are quite the accomplished slayer of aberrations. Maybe you should consider a vocation in monster hunting.
Wild guide you. What did...
We've culled the worst of the growths to the north, but there are smaller ones beginning to sprout. Where are they coming from? There must be a source. We'll have to find it if we mean to solve this thing.
Return to your path.
Yeah, by the way, one of those quests was called You Are Legend. One of them was called Little Monsters. One of them was called Spawn of the Dead. This next one is called Reticent Evil.
Yes?
I don't understand. We've searched high and low, north and south. Everywhere we go, we find animated corpses and... Oh, goddess, of course, the water. Check the water!
Go now.
Here we go. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, there it is. Agaricus decanematus. It's a mushroom. It's. We should not be in this water. Can I just say that? I knew it, Mook. You will become us. Yes, become us. Yeah, that is a house. I know that the perspective isn't clear. That is a building-sized mushroom we just broke.
Your path leads here.
Speak swiftly.
It is done then. You did well to survive untainted. The wilds are a dangerous place, and survival's never guaranteed. Now go, I must remain and ensure these abominations cannot spread further.
Fear the dark.
So, where did the undead come from? Just wondering. Oh god. Send the Telvanni down here. Oh, what's this? Ah! The Cobus, so there is a memory in War Within, which shows that the Cobus were originally the Jinyu who went a little bit too far down. I don't know if you know this, there's bad stuff down. You don't want to go too far down. Never go too far down. Any questions? Okay, so is this? Yep, okay, so we're going to save that one for last. What's the other one? Should be like right here. Nope. Am I blind? I might be blind. There it is. What about gravity? Don't go down for gravity either. An outsider.
You saw me?
You're different. That makes you cool. And really suspicious. We want to see what you're made of. So here's the game. We hide, you'll find us. If you do, I guess we'll have to train more for next time. But if you don't, then maybe our parents will let us go on our first solo hunt. This isn't just a game, okay? It's called Silence and Shadow. It's serious. Very, very serious. Are you ready?
I know their way.
Okay.
You won't find me.
Yes, offshore church account. Excuse me. And I said thank you for both. But just to repeat it out loud, I'm going to scroll up a little bit here. That was for Bug Fables, Jedi Survivor, Hayseed Knight, RNC3 Up Your Arsenal, Raven Legends, and Pikmin 1. Where's this one? There she is. Gotcha. Whatever, you only found me because I let you. That is true in Subnautica, too. Do not go down. No, stop. Stop going down. No! How do I think Pikmin 1 review? Well, you may not remember this, but I actually played it recently with my adorable children of niece variety. Wow! How'd you even see me? I remember this quest from last time. Speaking of... I mean, caves, mines. There's a lot of historical relevance for why going down is bad. And then, of course, Tolkien codified that, frankly.
I am not afraid.
That monstrous petalwing took him! No! Oh, and we stood there frozen like fungus. We don't have time to be scared. We need to move, now. Time to go do oh my god, I can't say that. Denestration. There we go, God. If Mom and Dad find out we're going to be stuck on fish gutting duty for the rest of our lives, the elders keep telling us fear is only useful if it sharpens the mind. Right now we need clarity, not panic. We have to get rid of those nests. Maybe if they're gone, we can find the one that took Shomai. And this way we can finally drive off those stupid birds. Still, what would have happened to those stupid birds out here? Scare them off, chase them, whatever it takes. We can't let them stay here. If they stay, they'll just keep hurting people. We cannot let that happen. We must kill them all. Yeah, actually, Ross, we start pretty much at the bottom. So Pikmin 1, like I said, I've played that recently with the kiddos. It does several things very right. The way it does its progression is really good. The way it encourages you to multitask, in fact, pretty much mandates you to multitask is good. The punishing nature of it is good. All those things are good. The controls are terrible. Just atrocious. And I don't just mean, like, it's awkward and weird to do stuff. No, I mean, like, the very nature of how the AI works, or how people will get stuck on things, or how you can't quite aim for a certain thing, is just... Oh my god, it's so frustrating. Would I rather play it on the Wii? No, God, no. If anything could make it play worse, I'd be playing with motion controls. Jesus Christ. Also, it's one of those games where you can lose without realizing it, which is really frustrating. Point in fact, we actually didn't beat Pikmin 1. We got into a really weird situation. So, I wasn't exactly playing optimally because I was playing with the kiddos, but you shouldn't have to play optimally to be able to beat a game. So, we got to the end boss, and we're like, alright, we're here, end boss, cool, let's do this. And, thing is, it takes a day to set up the last map. Like, it takes so much time that you have to pretty much spend a day doing it. So the last boss is mandated to be about 2 days. Problem is, we only have a day left. Now, we could... No, I just put the game down. Because here's the thing. With that 1 day that's left, we could actually beat the boss. Maybe, if everything goes perfectly. But you remember my complaining about those controls? Actually freaking managing to hit the boss. Just getting the Pikmin onto the boss and then getting him away from him, getting to hit him, and following the boss's mechanics is so frustrating to do that we didn't succeed at it, so I just put the game down.
More words?
It's a game days system and a real-time system, kind of at the same time.
You saw me.
Great job! Those pedalwings will think twice before slowing down in our play hunting area.
I am ready.
That's the one, the big one! That's the one that took him. We didn't stop it before, but this time we will. We are Haranir. Haranir never back down. Haranir never give up. We're bringing him back and we're ending this. Are you with me?
To the wild.
Die, monster. Let's try that again. Die, monster! Yes, 2, 3, and 4 are substantially better control-wise. I actually really liked 2 for what it was worth. I love the ever-living piss out of 3. Well, I think 3 has some mistakes. It's just so fun. 4 is weird. The last time I played 4 was literally last night, so it's kind of fresh in my mind. With the kiddos, again. We haven't been making a lot of progress because I've been putting the controller into their hands so they can actually sit and do stuff with it and play the video game. But 4 is the kind of game that the kiddos could play, whereas 1, not so much.
More words.
Thank you so much for rescuing me. Not that I needed it, of course. Anyway, you seem to be pretty good yourself, so after talking with everyone, we agreed to make you part of our group. Be proud. This is an honor only a few have received, and you have earned every bit. You are officially one of us. Be proud. Stand tall. Never give up.
Go, run.
Guys, what do we say? Harney, I never say die. Let's go back home. Mushrooms make you taller. Yeah. I think we need to work on our slogan. Yeah, you too, kiddos. Okay, we are actually very close to done. Honestly, and I mean this, if Pikmin 1 had a proper remaster with modern controls, I don't think I'd have any issues with it. I know what to do on the boss fight. In fact, my middle niece figured out immediately what to do on the boss fight, on her own, because she's smart. The problem is doing it.
Speak swiftly.
No, I'm good. Don't care about that. So I don't care about that, and I don't care about that. So that just leaves this.
I am ready.
Lion saved me from the Rift of Ong. He's my older brother. I know it was stupid to go there, but it wasn't my fault. We all thought he was dead, but I saw him in the wetlands. When he saw me, he ran away. No one believes me now, and I can't go. Will you help me find my brother again?
To the wilds. I am not afraid.
Okay, I will find your brother and tell him to come home. Okay. No, I have not. I was saving that one for last. And that is indeed last, as I double-check my map. It's actually a remix of a song from War Within. Go figure. It's almost like this zone was a War Within zone. Oh, yeah, that would have made that a lot easier off of account. Go figure.
The roots bring.
I've got my hands full here. I can use your help, please. I've stayed too long in the rift, and now the disjointed song is everywhere. It's slowly killing me and driving me mad. I'm not sure which will come first. I'm sorry, what happened? My younger brother, Chua, accidentally wandered into the Rift of All. I went in to save him, but I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, Chua was gone, but safe. Luckily, I was saved by one of the Shulka, who is now my mentor. But I'd been in the Rift too long. My connection to Anhara was strong, so the song of the Rift will drive me mad. I cannot escape it simply by leaving. I must break my connection to the goddess. When I cannot hear my people's song, how can I rejoin my brother? So I'll become one of the Shulka and join them in the Rift, defending Harandar from the madness within.
Onhara watch over you.
Wait, Chua sent you? He's not out here again, is he? Do you mind lending a hand?
Return to your path.
I'd hoped Chua hadn't seen me. Better he thinks I died. Instead, I'm self-exiling. The Shulka who saved me has agreed to mentor me through the process. He told me to come here and gather things for a ritual to sever the connection. I must collect nearby healing waters. Will you help me feel this job?
Go.
By the way, notice once again this is a world-building, culture-y kind of a quest.
My claws are ready.
My Shulka mentor instructed me to collect toxic glands from the creatures here. He said they were crucial to my ritual of severing in order to break my connection with the goddess. I'm not looking forward to whatever this ritual is, but her disjointed song is getting stronger by making it hard to focus.
Return to your path.
I give you thanks for your help. I will collect the poisons from these creatures if I don't pass out first. What do you mean not looking at the screen? And yeah, I don't have any wisdom teeth, thank God. I've had 2 teeth pulled, but neither of them have hurt after the action. Favorite Pikmin type? Ooh. I'm fond of ice in the more recent ones, but of the older ones? Yellow. I like the utility. Sorry, Ross. I shouldn't have even shared that story with people. That was... Well, you remember earlier where I mentioned I might be the Loa of Pain? Yeah, do not make me repeat that story. Did it persist? I'm assuming not, push-ups. Yeah, it sounds about right. Because it, I shouldn't have even shared the story. I really shouldn't have. It didn't even occur to me at the time. I was just freaking out over it. Would I have all types be able to carry bomb rocks, and would I add hazards and Pikmin types from other games? No, I think keeping it to the core 3 is a good idea, especially given you would have to fundamentally change a huge chunk of the level design to accommodate adding other Pikmin types. The level design in 1 is very clearly designed around choose where you want to use the 3, use that to decide your progress, right? Like, one of my favorite maps, and most hated maps at the exact same time, I don't remember the name of it. It's one of the later maps. There's like a series of hot springs almost. And there's a ton of artifacts on that level. And you've got a bunch of bombable walls which are in the way. But also other stuff you can dig up and shortcuts you can build and little jet sprays and all that fun stuff. And that map sucks, but it's also very well designed. What am I waiting for? Oh, the waters. Duh. Might be disappointing. I'm not great with names, so I don't know. Woo! Sorry, that was for Kira Witness. Very well designed, very frustrating stage is what I would call that one. Although, funnily enough, I could describe my frustration with a single statement. It's the bombable walls taking too many bombs to break through. Hated that. I actually ended up just going around almost every single time. It was actually faster than trying to get the yellows, to get to the bombs, to get to the things, to break them down. It's just like, you know what? I'm going to open up everything else instead. How's that sound? I am curious how my second playthrough will go. By the way, I'd never played Pikmin before until I played it with the kiddos. So that was the one I'm referring to is my first playthrough. When I stream it will be my second. One of the things I actually really liked about Pikmin 1 is sacrificing a day to set up for the next day. Like, I enjoy doing that. I would do that a lot in 2 as well. Just spending an entire day just unlocking shortcuts and exploring, you know. Laying out for the next day.
Speak swiftly.
I appreciate your help.
Yes, I will watch for you. Speak
Be
swiftly.
careful with the poison. Ugh. I am in your debt. I didn't think I'd get any help. My mentor only provides guidance. He says that's the way of the Shulka. Thanks to you, I have everything I need for the ritual. Will you continue on with me? I'm heading for the cliffside, overlooking the Rift of Olm.
Return if you
Sure, of course. If you want to, go for it. I'll shut you out. Right under the cradle there. This is the lore runner I spoke with you about. It's not usual, but not forbidden to get outside help. Approach, Demon Hunter.
path leads here.
Also, could you tell me what a demon is? I've never heard of that before.
You may speak.
The next step is to locate the ritual site. It's different for each potential Shulka. Amarok says I must open myself to the power of the rift, but some part of myself tied to this place will guide me. All I can tell you is it hurts. You with me?
Go now.
Hang on.
Wild guide you.
If Enlian is to succeed, he must learn to disrupt the manifestations in the rift. Sometimes that means closing small tears as they open. Most of the time we simply slay the manifestations where we find them so they don't become so numerous as to threaten the rest of Harandar. It is a never-ending responsibility each of us bears. It's why we are Shulka. This, of course, assumes that he survives the ritual or even survives to find the ritual's site.
You learn. Now go. Onhara watch over you.
I can sense something nearby. It's pulsing at me. That is your connection with the rift. Let it guide the way. Kill these things over here. Gee, nice offshore. So I've been debating what the wrath would be of Star Trek. I've been debating it pretty hard. The idea here... Take your time, bro. The idea here is it has to be something that's still good, but like way overplayed, right? And also, a lot of people think it was the peak of the show, or franchise, excuse me, and therefore the entirety of Star Trek would be better if it went back to that. Tapestry? Ooh. TOS Season 2. Man. I was actually thinking something in TOS. I prefer to have an episode, though. Oh, let me pull this tear out. Wrath of Khan. Ouch! But no. Having recently reviewed Wrath of Khan, I can't agree with that. That movie holds up a lot better than I thought it did. No, Best of Both Worlds would be War Within. I've already... Yeah, exactly. Like, some of these are just too good. Like, City on the Edge of Forever fulfills some of the requirements, but not the rest. I feel like it's got to be something TOS. Oh. Space Seed. Duh. I'm so stupid. It's so obvious. Right? Space Seed is a good episode. Remember, Wrath is good. That's not the problem. But it's a little more problematic than people tend to remember. And a lot of people kind of wish it would go back to that kind of thing. Yeah. And of course, the general TOS is in like through Star Trek, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Space Seed. That's it. That fits. Okay, so we got Vanilla, BC, and Wrath. Did we do Kata? Well, even if we haven't done Kata, I can actually tell you what Kata is right off the top of my head. Season 3, Episode 1 of TNG. I don't remember the name of the episode, but it's that one. It's the one I always recommend people start Star Trek with. There we go. It was a sea change for Trek. Evolution, thank you. It's a sea change for Trek. It was the thing that shunted Trek around into being what would eventually become. Oop, too early. There we go. Look this way. I should stay mounted for this. Oh, this. Of course, I finally found his guide. Yeah. See, I was thinking the same thing over in DS9. And I was also thinking Voyager. But the problem is both Call to Arms and Scorpion, I think, are just a little bit too good for what Cataclysm is. I like Cata, but Cata's rough, you know?
Speak quickly.
Cata's experimental.
More questions?
Now Pandaria.
Ask if you must.
And Lion is about to drink the mixture of the poison and healing waters to begin the ritual. He will be unconscious and fighting for his life. The manifestations of the rest can sense this, and they are gathering. You must place the wards and use their power to defend him while he severs his final connection with the goddess before her song drives him to madness.
I return to this silence.
Okay. I hope so, Riplinger. We're up to 4. I just haven't had time. I almost did last night, and paperwork kept me up till like 2, so
My claws are
that's why I'm so
ready.
tired today. Alright, I got this. Die, monsters. Literally, I suppose. Oh, Pandaria is pretty solid. Like, it's not modern WoW, but it's still pretty solid. See, that's the other thing. There's such a gap between modern WoW and old WoW. So even good for old WoW is just not at the level of War Within or Dragonflight or Midnight.
Listen and learn. Hunt well.
Ooh.
Ask if you want.
I know what's next. I must kill Mortaka. No, you're too weak. Foolish. He is still weak from the ritual and not prepared. He has run off to confront Mortaka, the Sundered Echo. This is the final rite of all who had become Shulka, but it's usually only attempted after years of preparation. He will not survive, and in dying he will make Mortaka more powerful. Will you go save his stupid self? Yeah, sure.
Walk quietly. Go safely.
I'm used to saving stupid people in this game. Yeah, Pandaria, I like Mr. Red's idea. I don't know if you could read chat there, but Balance of Terror for Pandaria. One of the first truly great pieces of Trek. Involves war, high story, decent gameplay, wistful vibe. Kind of helped cement the idea that Trek could be, you know, good storytelling, serious storytelling, whatever you want to call that. That also kind of applies if you actually look at it, like, you know, the makeup, the alien stuff. Conscious of the King is another good pick. Both TOS both fulfill the same requirement. Damn, Offshore Trishka. I know it was stupid and I should be dead. I feel confused about surviving the ritual, but no longer being able to hear the goddess. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. At least it's over. Now I have to apologize to Amarak. He's probably done with me.
What did the roots bring?
I don't know how to feel about losing my connection to Alhara. There's no more pain. I'm not going mad, but there's a hole inside. Does that make sense? Will you rejoin us back at the top of the cliff?
Fear the dark.
Sure. How do you get up there? I can fly. But, like, what are you doing? Walking? Plebeian. Ugh. I'm sorry, Amarak. I wasn't thinking straight. The rift provides the deadliest lessons. You are wiser now.
Your path leads here.
I owe you a great debt. At least now I can protect my people in the ways of the Shulka. My only regret is being separated from my brother. My brother! What? Chua? Chua! What are you doing? You shouldn't be here. You ran away from me. I thought you were dead. I'm sorry, the rift was driving me mad. I was dangerous. Thanks to Amarak and Lorewunner, I am better, but I'm one of the Shulka now. I must remain in exile, a sort of self-exile. You're exiled from me, you dummy head. I miss ya. They can't stop me from sneaking out, see? I do see that, but my duties keep me busy. But not so busy I can't come and visit you. You better? We're brothers, no matter what, and that's forever. Okay. That's sweet. And good story. I mean, if you don't like Trek, there's no judgment here, Mr. Ed. That's how that works. No. Warlords is bad because it stopped. It was a really great expansion that just stopped dead. Speaking of, what's a Star Trek episode or movie that's really good and then just stops dead and it just moves on immediately? Like, whoops. Ah! I'm trying to think of what one of the worst wraps up in 5 minutes episodes is. That's still actually good. Oh, wrong shelf. It's over here.
You got a problem? I got solutions.
Hi, Gazlo. Hey, champ. Look, I swear I'm glad to see you. I'm just in a bit of a diplomatic situation here. Could you go get Orwena and bring her back here? See if she'll talk this beast and let me go. I'm not an Alec plushie for crying out loud.
It's lonely at the top.
Year of Hell. No, I think Year of Hell concluded recently. Poisoning.
So, your path leads you here.
Gazlo has come to see my home. He made it farther than I expected before running into trouble. I will go see him. You'll see if Imhayo has something Nahut would like to cuddle more than a goblin. Okay.
What do you need?
What about that duck toy? Our surface scouts returned with stories of a most awesome creature that can travel on land, water, and through the sky. This creature, though small, has a terrifying beak, and its cries echo through the night. So you made a duck toy? Yes, we had to make a toy representing this great creature. Okay. Just,
Now you are ready.
I did not hear about that offshore Twitch account. That's good to hear. Any of that restored stuff, I'm with. Oh, Monty, this is surely not the welcome you were expecting. Oh, gilded grease pants. That's a relief. Thanks for the help.
Speak to me.
Never try to take something from a beast like this without offering something better. I would hate to lose another friend that way.
Your path leads.
I am pleased Monty came all this way to visit, but I can see he is out of his depth here, as I was in Undermine.
The roots brought.
I am eager to show Monty my home, but I know it's very different from what he's used to. Come with us as he meets my people.
Let nature take its course.
There aren't more of those quill bears hanging around here, are there? There are very few descendants left of the original mountain beasts, and we honor them. Welcome to Harandar, Monty. Let's go meet my people. Alright, do it! Push the button! Alright, I'm gonna push the button. Stand back! Push the button. Of course Gazlo will be good with kids. Why wouldn't he be? Again! We will be back later. For now, I have more to show you of the den. That's right, kids. You'll get to wreck the structural integrity of this mech soon enough. Does that mean what I think it means? It means we get to break it! Gazlo's amazing. I love this question. Is that down? Is that down? I think it's down. There we go. These were some of the first weapons made for me. I've tried many different kinds, but the claws always felt right. Hey, hey! Some like dynamite, some like caustics. Some prefer good old kinetic force. Come, let's go deeper into the den. The Harnier trainee whispers, "Where can I try this dynamite?" What's this? It's spicy. It's not too spicy. We have spent generations balancing the perfect blend of spices and herbs for mushrooms, but be warned, it can sneak up on you. Bring it! I'll have more of that later. What else you got to show me? There is one more Harnier tradition I would like to show you. It is this way, with the painted walls. I know, right? I mean, he's a goblin. He probably literally has a very high spice tolerance. So you're saying over thousands of years, all this was painted by lots of different people?
You have found me.
Monty showed me all around his home and Undermine, where I was very different from everyone else. Here I want him to feel like he is welcome too. Is the least I can do.
Wild guide you well.
Can't say I've ever seen a place like this before, but I like it. I can see how the Harnier were drawn here. How Orwena grew up and learned as she learned, but... look at me being sentimental. What's next?
Get out there and get to it. We get things done.
You hail from above.
One thing is very important to the Harnier. Our past. Some may remove their ability to hear the goddess, but we are all connected to those who came before us. You and Gazlo are a part of our history now. You have earned the right to leave your mark in the den for as long as the den remains. Go. Touch the wall with your painted hand. And know that you touch the same stone as generations before you.
May you lend your song to hers.
I love the painting animation. Your mark is imprinted alongside those who came generations before. You are now a part of Harandar. Thanks, Orwena. It's a real honor, truly. Thanks for letting us in.
You have come far, stranger.
I also now have Nahut's second favorite chew toy. Usually quick. I don't think I would ship them, but they're super close. I have not offshore Twitch account. And that is, yeah, that's it. That's the zone. We actually did it. Woo! Oh, right as I get a knock at my door. Oh, they're super good friends. Okay. Yeah, no, I figured, Mr. Ed. 6 days, Jesus Christ. Okay, so... I haven't romanced anyone since then, would be my answer to that. I also haven't seen if the romance even works now. Ah! Okay, so I mentioned... Here it is. Okay. Let me do... Are you delivering a computer, Mr. Red? Or did that never happen? Not to be too... nose pry. Not to be too prying? Whatever. Okay, so... That's correct. Okay. So that's going to be... Hang on a second. So that's 8 here. 1 there, because, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. Jesus Christ. And someone asked if this is, like, the best reviewed... that was you, offshore Twitch account. I don't know if this is going to beat War Within. War Within was crazy. For those of you not aware, and you can check this on the website, War Within's final score, that's counting the patch content, obviously, was plus 649, plus 273. It was silly how good it was. 6, so that's 6 for this. Pre-patch score? I have no idea. I don't have that written down anywhere. 1 second. There we go. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I already did those. Okay, so this is why we double check these things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Okay, so this goes up to 8. That's what I back that. Yep, nope, that tracks. And then over here. Switch down here. Let's go up to 6. That's pretty good. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was expecting. Harandar is lagging behind the other 2 zones, which puts it at currently, pre-audit or anything like that, a mere plus 42 for the zone. Which is, you know, it's really good, obviously. And that's what I was wondering. So right now, we've got Zulaman in the lead at 86. Jesus Christ. Eversong is at 70. And Harandar is at 42. Tomorrow... So, tomorrow there's a maintenance, which means we won't be starting for a while. What I'm most likely to do is try to just do 1 stream tomorrow. And that means we're going to be focusing on the Voidstorm, which is the last major bulk of content we have left. After that, it is quite literally just a sprint through the last of the MSQ. So I will hopefully see you guys there.